Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, in the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing a little bit of fan-subbing adjacent stuff. We're going to be making a music video for Hoshi ga Furu, the cover that we did from scratch a while back. The audio is done, more or less, I think. So today we're going to be working on the visuals. RKLP, welcome in. Good to see you here. Today we have up here EGSub, the subtitle editor. We've seen this a number of times on my stream for uses other than subtitles, but today we're actually going to be using it for subtitles. I was actually hoping to do this karaoke effects stream with the other fan subbing project that we were doing with, what was it, Blue Station Archive? Station Archive, yeah. But I figured this might be a little bit more pressing. Maybe not so much pressing. There's no deadline for this or anything, but it's a little bit more immediate. Or the materials I have are a little bit more immediate compared to the other one. So here we go. Because I think the other one we haven't finished transcribing yet, but today I have a transcription already. It's not complete. We're gonna have to massage this a little bit, but we do have most of it in place already. But to begin with, we're gonna have a listen to what it sounds like, just so you know what we're working with. And so this is what we have so far in the cover. And that is what we recorded last time. Carmen's welcome in. Sounds so lovely. Oh my gosh, crying a little mini claps to you. Thank you. Yeah, so this, for those of you who weren't here for the recording stream, all of these instruments that you see here, we recorded from scratch. So I played all of these on stream. I think their recording stream for this one was about nine-ish hours. These do tend to go on for a while. I want to give you a shout out here. Delicious Rat here, somebody I met at Hoshi Uplink. It's a fellow VTuber. But yeah, that is the audio that we're working with. Which I realize I should probably set Twitch to music rather than programming, because the first little bit's going to be more music focused. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Music. Done. Oh, props you for playing that song? Thank you. Oh yes, I should probably link the original. That was Hoshi Furu by Ayunda Risu. Came out a couple months ago. That is over here. Very good song. So yeah, we're going to be doing we're going to add some text to this. I have this background. It's just a static background. We're probably not going to finish the music video today. We're probably just going to work on the text portion, and then I can work on the actual of assembling the rest of it maybe off stream. Because lately, Caden Live has not been very friendly to my PC, so I don't know if I can run that and stream at the same time. Yeah, first up is going to be putting in the text and making sure that's all timed. So I have the sheet music here. You may recognize this if you were in the recording stream. This is what we were playing off of. It's a rough transcription. We're going to simplify this even further, because there are some notes here, for example, that's where multiple notes stand in for one syllable, and we can't have that. All right, I'm just going to increase this a little bit. Do I have the original up? I should have the original up for... Okay, how loud is this? So this is the original here. That is pretty loud. We're going to bring that down. That's better. Okay. Move that over there. So I think this chorus actually does repeat once or twice. Oh, I forgot. We recorded this in D major because the original was in C sharp major, and that's quite annoying to play with. Actually, kind of impossible with some of the instruments that we were working with. So we shifted it up by one. This is apply profile karaoke, so I can shift this up. I think it was Alt 5. Yes. I mean, I could just transpose the sheet music. Okay, hold on. I'm going to unroll repeats first. There's a tool for this. And unroll repeats. And then we have that. And get rid of this. So I think it goes... And then it goes to that. So I know I don't have this completely unrolled, so we're gonna have to insert some of these in between. So far this looks okay. And then we have a verbal direction here to chorus, which we can't have verbally, so we actually do have to insert this. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is going to be 8 bars and another 16 bars. We're going to insert 16 bars here. And add insert measure 16. And we're just going to wholesale copy the 2 choruses here. I might need 17 actually. We'll find out. Yeah, then we're going to need another one. Possibly. Okay, we don't need an extra one. Go straight to the bridge. I think the rest of this should be good. Okay, maybe we extend this a little bit more because I think that ends a little bit later. Yeah, I think that extends to the end of the bar, so we're going to extend that there. But otherwise, we have the entire structure here. I will need to save as. Not there. Where did I put this? This is going to be in here. It's going to be in here. It's going to be in here. Unrolled. Okay. So we're going to need to add another piano. Because I do need the second voice to be on a separate staff so that I can export it separately. I don't need the second bass clef, so we're going to remove that. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and just copy this bit, cut, and paste right there. And that should be everything we need for that one. And so now we're just going to make sure that the lyrics line up. I have here the Romaji, and we're just going to transfer this over to the sheet music. Actually, we can get rid of this part too because we don't need this. Did I miss? I will add that back in. Travel class. Actually, I can set that here. Not that it matters. We aren't actually going to need to look at the sheet music. By the way, for anyone who's new here, we do work with sheet music pretty frequently. Every week or so. It's one of the things I do to differentiate myself, because a lot of the composers and stuff, they all work with DAWs, but not a lot of us work with sheet music. But surprisingly, there are a number of us who do so. We're all gathered here in the Sheet Music VTuber Collective Discord, so if that's something that interests you, you can check out the rest of us. Okay. So. Ha, ne, no, na, e. So when we have this kind of thing where it spans multiple notes, where the syllables spans multiple notes, we have to combine them into one. So the pitches actually don't matter here, at least for the tool that I'm going to be using. But it does help to have the pitches, because one, I already have them, and two, because it's easier to play along to the song, I guess. They're completely optional. Kono wa ashi ga kogarete ta sora seno bi shite. I don't actually need to be so precise about this, because the lyrics here are actually going to be ignored. But they're useful to do this with, so that I know that everything lines up properly. Light, welcome in. Hoggies, yeah. So right now we're just doing the key timing, working with the sheet music so we can export it to MIDI and then run it through the stuff, and we'll get to EG sub in a bit. Senabishite, Hoshi. Now we're just making sure all the notes line up. So, tsukamu ma ne o shite mita. No, something's wrong here. Joel, Factor 9, welcome in. Ma ne o shi. No, I'm missing this. Te mi ta. Make nai de. And once again, we bring that down, we tie it together. Negai saemo no mi komu ya mi sore demo. I should stop pressing enter at the end of lines. Tesaguri de. Once again, bring that down. And tie. Tesaguri, I know the word from that one anime. The one with this the what was it called? Tesaguri Bu, something. Well, this kind of stuff I'd like to learn. K-time hearing sucks, so I'm just doing the old-fashioned way, although I want to start at least quantizing it from now on. And I'll actually learn the sheet the right way. Yeah, I know there's been a tool that's come out recently that quantizes like regular K-time, so you don't necessarily have to do it in sheet music. You can actually do the MIDI in a MIDI editor, like in a DAW. It might be easier that way, where you can just drag and drop a region, and it'll automatically quantize it for you. I like looking at this because I'm used to it, and because it's easy to copy and paste. But Yeah, there are other methods of turning MIDI into subtitles. Problem is that it looks super off in EG sub, so it's always hard to know if I did it correctly. Yeah, it's something I always joke about, where people who do it the traditional way are gonna hate the quantized way when looking at it in the audio preview, but it looks better. Yume no kake a atsume ni iko. Nope. Nope, that's wrong. Iko yo. Yeah, the way I check is just to run through the audio. Run through the audio, listen to it, and look at the visuals, and if it lines up, then it's correct. No, hold up. I'm using the wrong one here. This one. Not that it matters, again, because we're not actually keeping these lyrics, but... then we're over here. Tada guru no guru mawaru sharin no naka de ha shi te. I think this is this is broken up into 3 syllables here. Mo ha shi te mo, and this one is not. Tadori tsuke naku te. And so this one, we have multiple notes. We actually don't need to have it as multiple notes. Well, we can't have it as multiple notes, rather. So we can collapse that into one. Saki o yuku kimi no. We're over here now. Senaka bakari o mite ita. Itsuka o, nope, go back one. Ko erareru mo. No, actually this is in 3 syllables. So Japanese, when you have the small tsu to double the consonant, you can either say it in 3 beats or 2 in songs generally. So sometimes you get 3, sometimes you get 2, and you just have to listen to the song to know whether it ends up that way or not. Tsuyoku naritai. Kata hitori. And again, we're going to collapse this one. Umarete kita. Sono kyoku mo. Nakushite. Nakigoe mo. was gonna collapse this one. I might be able to copy and paste because I think, or later, because I think the last course is probably the same as the first one. So we should be over soon. Naki goimoto doka nai to nageite mite mo. Shinjite ii. Collapse this one. Oki na ki ni. More over here. Shiga mitsu ita tsume a to sora e. Collapse this one. Probably should have collapsed them all before I started putting in lyrics, but oh well. Chikazuko o to shite iru. I'm actually surprised that they actually use the DZU spelling for Zu, because a lot of them don't. I'm getting these the romaji from the official subtitles, by the way, just with a couple of edits here and there. Shiteru akashi akashi. And then we go to the bridge. Kaze ga kumo o nagashite. I don't know if we're gonna keep that, but okay. No, this is wrong. Hold on. Kaze ga kumo o nagashite. Ah, that's why. I think. Hold on. We're gonna double check that. This is why we're going through this, just to make sure it all lines up. Because if it doesn't line up, we're gonna end up shifting lyrics, and we don't want that. I missed the cue. Okay, so I was right. So nagashite here, and here, and then Hoshi ga Furu. So we're also going to collapse Hoshi space ga space Furu, and then the chorus we can just copy from here because I think it should be the same. Just double checking here. Hane no nai kono watashi ga akogarete ta ano sora senobi shite hoshi o tsukamu mane o shite mita makenai de negai sae mo no mikomu yami sore demo te saguri de yume no kakera atsume ni ikou yo, which is the same thing as what we have here. So we can just go ahead and copy that. Very nice. Then we're going to deal with the second line later. because I don't actually have the lyrics for that yet. And then we said we were going to extend that all the way to the end of the bar. And there we go. We have the lyrics all lined up. In addition, I have... I'm going to pull it up here because it'll make it a little bit easier to see. Lyrics K time. I have this, which is already all split properly. Yeah, so this is all split properly. This should line up with all the notes that we have. However, I do have to add a dummy note here. So I need to add a dummy note here because I have a blank line here. I'm going to need to add a dummy note here because I have a blank line there. This one. And I think we're going to add a dummy note here, actually. So I'm going to add one here so that the line doesn't disappear until the end of the bar. By the way, if any of you have any questions, I know I haven't really been explaining very much here, but if any of you have any questions, just feel free to ask them out, and I will try to answer them. And then, where else do we have here? No, this should not have a thing. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this bar here. That should not have an extra note or an extra bar. I think we're also going to add... Maybe it just makes sense to extend all these, actually. Kita sono kyoku mo nakushite. Yeah, it's probably fine if we extend those, because I don't want to have to deal with... I don't want to deal with adding dummy notes if I don't have to. Even though in the audio it does end a little bit early, but it's not going to be super noticeable, I think, if we with the karaoke effects. So I think we're free to do that, which means I can extend that to the end here and get rid of this one. And then tsuyoku naritai tatta hitori todokanai to nageite mite mo. Actually, I can keep this. We'll see if we need to change anything. Because I feel whenever there's a rest here, that means it gets absorbed into the next line, and that may or may not look good. But we'll see. Garagi, welcome in. We're just working with we're just doing a transcription of the song that we're working with, making sure all the lyrics line up. And then we're gonna go ahead and turn that into subtitles. Oh yeah, we're just making sure everything lines up at the moment. Okina ki ni shi ga mitsuita tsumeato. We're gonna add one there. Yeah, that should be fine. Kashi, add one there. This is our own sheet music. So this is not my song, but this is my own sheet music that I had done a transcription for. Kazu ga kumo o nagashite. And I think I actually do want to... Maybe this is gonna get a dummy one. We can make this have a dummy note. Yeah, I think this should have a dummy note. So we'll find that in here somewhere. Never seen how they are made before? Yeah, so actually, sheet music is one of the things that I do fairly regularly on this stream, or on this channel. So if you are interested, we usually do those. We don't do it every week. Maybe, well, with all the other music stuff that I have going on, it doesn't end up being every week, but fairly regularly, and it does tend to be on Fridays. We are going to have another sheet music stream on Friday. Actually, I can pull that up for you here. It's not the one. We're going to be doing a concert band arrangement of Jelly Hoshiumi's Luminary. So we've been working on this for a few streams already. I guess we're on number 4. But yeah, so this will be good. I forgot to tell you, unfortunately, I won't be sending you the trumpet. That's all right. I was actually wondering about that yesterday, but no worries. Thanks for trying, though. Hoshi ga Furu, and then we can have another dummy note here. Hope you find a good home for it, though. Or you start playing it yourself again. Right, we're looking for shite here, so we're gonna add a extra note there. Gonna have an extra note or blank line here, blank line here. So that's a blank line, that's a blank line. Hoshi ga Furu, and then blank line there. Yeah, I think this should be okay. So my sister will probably find some use for it to find someone locally. Yeah. Like I said, I hope the other trumpet finds finds a good home. Okay, so I think that's it for that. So we can now go ahead and export this to MIDI, and then hope things all line up. Not the full score actually, because I don't want the second piano to be in this one. So we're gonna have all parts here, and then we're going to export just this part. MIDI, yes. And so I have this tool here called, well, I can get this up for you. Did I close I think I closed the browser window. All right, let's pull up another one. Butter, FANSUBBING, MIDI, CSV2, okay. So there's a script here that turns sheet music into, or specifically MIDI, into subtitles. So we're gonna run this through that. To realize this is not in the YouTube description, I'll do that after stream. And so we're gonna feed it the MIDI file that we have plus this this lyrics file, and then hopefully we get something that works. Like a converter, yeah, kind of. So we have this. So we have to run the MIDI file through MIDI CSV first, which turns it into textual representation. So we have Hoshi ga Furu key times unrolled piano 1, right? So then it turns it into this. It's something that the script can actually read. If you're curious, maybe we'll put that in Vim so we have some highlighting. Basically, this is a shell script. Whether it was a good idea to write this in a shell script, you know, that's not up to me. But the person who wrote this as a shell script with some awk here, so it works on text. So we're gonna have that pipe the MIDI CSV textual representation to the tool, MIDI CSV to S. And then we're going to give it the, I think it's the text file, lyrics ktime.text. And we do see that the last syllable does have a ktime here, so this is good. And then we're going to go ahead and copy that and paste it into EG sub here. And we're going to have to figure out the offset because this is not quite correct. It does have, okay, I'm going to temporarily keep empty lines just so I can position this properly. Normally the script removes the empty lines because you don't really need them. But in this case, I will want them so that I can see where, so I can line it up properly. In this case, I want to line it up over here. Like around there. So then we see it at 0.62. I want to copy that. Remove the E. Add in T for timestamp. And then put in the one that we copied. And then that should... And we can do that. I feel like it'd still be useful to have by default since you can always like swipe them away if you need it after. It could be. I mean, yeah, it's a workflow. In my experience, I feel like the default removal is fine. But actually no, hold on. I think the reason why is because otherwise you end up generating lines that get fed into the template, and then the template will work on those lines when you don't want them to. I think that might have been the reason for it. So in this case, you only keep the lines that have any actual text. Okay, we're gonna make this a little bit bigger. Are the lyrics in Japanese? Yes. So the original song, I will post that again. So yeah, I'll post that again. That's the original song. It's in Japanese. The lyrics that we have here are in Romaji, so the Romanized version. Don't people always use no blank? Thought everyone else did too. Yeah, well, I think there are some cases where no blank... what was it? There might be an edge case where no blank isn't actually what you want. That might have been fixed with 539's templater though, because 539's templater differentiates between no blank and zero length syllables. Well, I know the earlier templaters don't. But yeah, I'm just gonna change this so that we can see it better, and we'll see how the timing lines up. 72. So 120. We're gonna change the font and all that, but we do we're just going to take a look at this so that we can see how it lines up. Don't quit. Hoshi ga Furu. We're gonna have that. Okay, and so if we did this right, it should all highlight correctly and in time with the lyrics. Ahoy, you don't say hi back. YouTube Garbaggy over on Twitch says hi. I don't know. I sometimes people look at the on-screen chat and sometimes they don't. And Light here over on YouTube says hello back to Garbaggy. So in addition to the syllables lining up when they should, we're also going to be checking for line timings and making sure that they switch when they feel right. I think that might be okay. Alright, going back to editing these movies now. Send help, there's so much. Good luck with the karaoke. Well, good luck. Movies can be a lot, so if you remember to take breaks too. But yeah, have fun with that. Four of them. Well, oh, okay, this is why we check things over, because that is wrong. Alright, where are we? I think it was Naki Goemo. Oh, I must have missed something. Naki Goemo, this is after the verse, I think. Naki Goemo, aha. You see this. I forgot to tie. It's important to make sure we tie that. So we're gonna go ahead and export that again. This is one of the annoying things about this workflow is that whenever you make a change to sheet music, it isn't automatically exported to the MIDI file. So you have to do this. You do have to remember to do it. Okay, so we can go ahead and remove all that and then copy it back in. There we go. I don't think I feel that. I think this should be continuous. So we're gonna turn these into whole notes. And we're gonna remove the blank lines. Actually, hold on. Only the one should be a whole note. I think this one we can keep. Yeah, I think that one we can keep. So we can remove this one. All right, and in the meantime, we're gonna continue on, see if we spot any other mistakes. And we'll deal with the second voice later. Now I can't tell, that felt a little bit late, and I can't tell if that's because of CPU issues or if it was actually late. It's probably CPU issues. All right. So there's that. I think that should be okay. We can go ahead and re-export this. I think I like this. I haven't heard of this before. Strudel.cc. I think I have heard of this. Is this the one where you program a music thing? Yes, yes, it is. Yeah, I have this on my list of things to stream at some point. Just I have a lot of projects to go through. But I do want to stream that at some point. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and re-export that now because we have that. And we go back to here and make sure that this looks okay. Whoa, that looks a little bit late. Why is there this doesn't make any sense. What if I change this to a flute? I think it's because there's I think it's because the piano doesn't quite sustain, or it doesn't sustain as well. So if I change this to a flute instead of piano, maybe it'll be better. Staff properties. I'm going to change this to a flute. Or it doesn't really matter what. It could be an oboe, it could be a flute, whatever. But we'll call it a flute. Yeah, I don't care if it's too low. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not good at either of those things, so let me know. Ah. I've never tried procedural music generation, but it'll be interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try to re-export that and hope that it actually sustains for the entire time, and it's still. Still piano sounds. What if we turn this into a flute instead? Our solo vox actually should probably be the way to go. Flute is up here, or it should be up here anyway. I think. Was it not? There it is. All right, I'm gonna try to re-export that again. Is it because I didn't change it in the main score for some reason? All right, I guess we do it here too. Export. Try again. And we still get the 14. The other question is, do I care? Because maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Okay, I do want to see what this looks like though. Rose Garden. So we're gonna pull up Rose Garden. Rose Garden is a MIDI editor. Let me put this in here. Okay, I guess it's not working. Gonna open it manually. 6 Hoshi got Furu. This one. Do not save. I don't care for you to save it. We're looking at bar 61. Yeah, there's a small gap there. Why is there a small gap there? There shouldn't need to be a small gap because there's Is it because it's so long? Is that why? But you know what? It doesn't matter because I can just I can settle this manually. So we're gonna make this 21. Yeah, okay. I don't like doing manual overrides like that, but I think we're gonna have to do it for this one. All right, whatever. So now we have our and now we have our lyrics in. Next bit is probably one of the harder parts of doing song styling is finding a font. I know I have open UTAU here. I will get to that later. Yeah. So I have the entirety of Google Fonts here. So we're gonna have a look at this together. I'm looking for a font that looks somewhat handwritten, but not as curly as this. Something a little bit boldish. Dark Kratos, welcome in. I'm not sure, but your each sub looks outdated. It's maybe a little bit outdated. I think I'm not sure if I'm on Migration 2 yet. I know Migration 3 came out. I'm definitely not on that one yet. But yeah, but I mean, apart from that, I do have the Windows 95 skin on. So if that's a reason why you say that's intentional. But yeah, I thought I'm on Migration 2. I might not. I might be on a slightly older version than that. But whatever 9746 is, or commit 8FA this. What am I looking at? Right, looking for font. If we recall, the original font looks like this, and I think it makes sense to sort of match that, or at least match the feel. What do I have? Let me pull up the thumbnail for this. Pictures. Actually, I can pull up the album art. It's close enough. The album art I have for this looks like this. So I'm looking for this kind of feel, sort of, because this is what I will be releasing with. So I don't know. We'll see. I'll find something like that. I wrote that, so unfortunately I can't. We don't have a font for it. We're gonna have to find something that's somewhat similar. This one's a little bit too scripty. Yeah, like I said, I have the entirety of Google Fonts here, so I need to sift through a whole lot. If any of you want to go looking in Google Fonts for similar fonts, be my guest. You are free to make suggestions. Charm Regular might be okay. It does feel a little bit, maybe not quite what I'm looking for, but I can give it a shot. This is gonna take a bit. I accidentally opened this. No, it wasn't an accident. I opened the font list, which means with all the fonts that I have, it's gonna take a bit. Charm. I'm looking for charm. Okay, so charm is that, and then we want it bold. Put this at, I don't know, 200s. That doesn't feel. That doesn't really fit the vibe. Maybe not this one. Don't most drop-downs let you type to navigate? So this one is a combo box that doesn't have searching or autocomplete capabilities, at least as far as I can tell. So you can type in it, but you don't get any autocomplete. Oh, Comic Sans. Well, we can't do that one. So be prepared to spend like 10 minutes just looking at fonts. I had remembered to do this only just before stream started. Otherwise, I would have done this beforehand. Because anyone who works with fancy subtitles knows that looking at fonts is a big chunk of your time. Maybe not a serif font. Not this one either. I could actually hold on. I can try a different approach. I can go to Google Fonts, because I know these are all from Google Fonts. And I can look for a handwriting family. Assuming they have categorization for this, which they might not. I'm looking for not quite playful, maybe artistic. Either artistic or sophisticated. I don't need it too scripty. Make this a little bit bigger so you can see all the fonts here. Can I close this? Yes, I can. Well, I mean, I don't think we can read that. There's too much script. Oh, yeah, we can. We're done with the music portion, so I can put this back on software. What is? Okay, never mind. Maybe. We'll see if this fits the vibe. Which I guess I was kind of already. I was going to get to that. This one here. Gloria, hallelujah. But I think this might be a little bit too loose. Absolutely a little bit too loose, but we'll see. No, that's not the vibe I want at all. I will have to remember to put this in, open these in new tabs, because otherwise it brings me back up to the top. This one. Do you have a bold variant? Because otherwise this is too thin. You do not. Fuzzy bubbles. No. Alright, keep looking. Over the rainbow might be okay, but also I don't think it has a bold variant either. Yeah, it's just regular fonts. Regular weights, rather. I can start... Hold on. Because I don't think the choice of font really matters a whole lot for the effects. So I can start with... Not in Consolata. Tiresias... Cancel. I should not be changing that name there. Tiresias info fonts. Although this has positioning issues. So maybe I don't want to start with those ones. And by positioning issues, I mean that when the script, when the templater tries to determine the positions of the characters, those positions that it gets from the font are wrong. No, or not from the font system are wrong. So if I can help it, maybe I should not do that. This one might be okay. This feels a little bit too swashy, but... I'll put this on the short list. I think I would like to have... I think I would like to have lowercase letters, so this might not be... Oh, no, not that one. Definitely not that one. We can maybe make it not bold. But it's not the vibe I'm looking for. Yellow Dragon, I'm in. I have a small library of fonts of my own, but maybe we should start looking through Google also. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a bit of a double-edged sword, I think. So you can look on Google Fonts, you can look on Def Fonts, on the other font sites. You can grab whatever font looks good. I think one of the problems with having all of your fonts locally is that you might run into performance issues, but that's when the font manager comes in. You can disable the a bunch of your fonts. I hear that's more of a problem on Windows, though. Story script might be nice if it weren't italic. We might have to change the category here. Maybe not artistic. Maybe sophisticated. It's maybe a little bit too sophisticated. I'm not looking for elegant here. Bilbo. This might be okay. It's a bit thin, and it probably doesn't have a bold variant. but maybe it's worth a shot. No, absolutely not. It could maybe use some X scaling. Well, that's the end of that list. Try something else. Fancy? This is maybe a little bit too fancy. Playful. Not this playful. That's a little bit too far on the other side. Did we try Boogaloo earlier? I don't expect this one will be okay, but no. No, I actually, it reminds me a little bit of the VeggieTales font. Comic Noi, no. If there's a Winky Rough, is there a Winky? Delicious Hand Drawn. This one might be okay. Maybe not quite what I'm looking for. When I started on my last computer, I installed all the fonts I had and Paint crashed and I tried chaining fonts. Yeah. Yeah. Fonts can do that. Yeah, you definitely, if you have a whole ton of fonts like that, you definitely want a font manager. Waiting for the Sunrise, I think might be the thing I'm looking for. Except it's too thin. I mean, full bold this, but I do want something a little bit thicker. Just another hand. This one also might be too thin. Okay, I need to look in more serif fonts. You Say Magic. School Bell. I'll try You Say Magic. It's too wide. Gochi Hand. Maybe this one. Not this one. Okay, maybe okay. I'm just gonna look for a humanist serif font. Maybe that's good. Gonna be good enough. Stencil, medieval distressed monospace marker. Cello 1. Not quite it. It's a little bit too thick. Covered by Your Grace might be okay, but We'll see how that looks on the other lines. That might be okay. This might, you know what? I think we can probably go with this one. I'm not completely satisfied with it, but it is going to be a template, and I can change the fonts if I find a better one. But for now, I think we can move on and go with this one. So we're going to remove the border and the outline here. Yeah. And, you know, in white it looks pretty good, so we'll go with that. And so we're going to go ahead and start writing a K template here. I'm going to move things down so I can go between things a little bit more easily. We'll do a little bit of a segue here, because one of the things that you do tend to have in these videos is also lyrics, so English lyrics. I don't have those handy because I forgot to take them out of the original. But I have been working on some singable lyrics, and I've managed to get to about a third of the song. I'll let you have a listen to that now as a quick detour here. Yeah, I did this last night when I should have been working on the sheet music, but I don't know. We'll probably turn. I'll probably turn this into something afterwards. And I need to mute the other one. This one. So for those of you who don't know, on very rare occasions, I do write my own trans lyrics, making singable translations of the Japanese songs. We did that for Pieces most recently. Yeah, Pieces. We're just gonna let this thing render. Ooh. Maybe I won't be able to show this off today. Okay. Never mind, I'm not gonna show that off today. It seems there's something wrong with the sound. Actually, I'm gonna restart that. And maybe it'll fix itself. So I was considering either putting those lyrics in for this video, or possibly just using the official translation. I was leaning maybe towards using the official translation, and then using these lyrics on a different one. Okay, if this doesn't work, then we'll just move back on to the karaoke. Nope. Okay. We'll save that for another time. So the effects that I'm going for here is... Actually, I'm not quite sure what the sill effect is going to be, but the transition effect, the lead in, lead out, the lead in is going to fade in, coming down from the top by a syllable, and then the lead out is going to be moving down by a syllable as well, and then fading out. TBD on what the sill effect is going to be. But to show off what that might look like, if we copy this, and then comment it so that I don't accidentally change things that I shouldn't. So we can say this is, I don't know, I usually like to base the timings on the BPM, on the tempo of the song. So this is 87 beats per minute, which means every beat is going to be 60 divided by 87. It's going to be 0.69 seconds. Nice. I think then divided by 4, divided by 2. I think we can divide it by 2, so it's gonna be 34. 345. Yeah, that feels like a good fade amount. And then we're gonna have that wipe. We're gonna have that wipe down. So if we do, let's say KO shat 0.001. For C, so we're gonna set the shadow color to white. We're going to set the foreground and the outline to transparent, so that we can use the shadow as the fill layer. And the reason we want to do that. Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Because why does that? Okay. Oh, right. Because I can't do it this way. It needs to be this way. Something is still a little bit wrong here. Does the shy trick not work if you have K tags? I swear it did. The shy trick, by the way, is when you use the... So, okay. Explanation time. If we do this... each event has 4 layers, or 4 colors you can have. One is the fill. Second is the alternate fill. Third is the border, which I'm trying to make here. And then the fourth is the shadow. Let's make that 10. And so the fill, we make that red. Or no, fill we can make it white. Fill is by default white here, according to this style. The alternate fill is by default red in this style. And we can make the shadow or the border, say, blue. And then the shadow, I don't know, green, so you can see it. Right. And the alternate fill doesn't show up until, unless you have a K tag, which is the karaoke tag. K100 there. Right. So this is the secondary fill color. This is the primary fill color. The secondary fill color shows up if it hasn't got to that point of the karaoke yet. Which we can actually more or less safely ignore. So if we're working on just this one here, and we can ignore what we have here. I'm confused. How is this one not showing up? Oh, because it's over there. Makes sense. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to be doing our work over here. On the fresh copy without the karaoke tags. Because eventually those karaoke tags are going to go away and they're going to turn into transforms. And so if there's anything that happens with those, if there are any conflicts with karaoke tags, then it means that we don't actually get them. So if we do the shadow trick using the KO method, like this, so that shows up. And then that means that we can do... we can T the shad, so Y shad If we start with Y shads, I don't know, -10, -100, right? It starts up a little bit higher. And then if we take 345 milliseconds to do a transform to Y shad 0 to bring it back down to the bottom, then we have the text fading in and coming down from the bottom. And if we do the same, but 345 milliseconds from the end, so that's going to be roughly here. I don't need to get it exact. 712? Is that what that is? No, that's that. No, it's this one. 3220. And then we're gonna add calculator time. 3220 and then plus 345. It's gonna be this. And we're going to Y shad 100. So Y shad is the Y positioning of the shadow. And so if we add 100 to this, that means we go down by 100 pixels at the end. But clearly, I have my timing wrong. Because I added too much. I wasn't supposed to add a whole 300. I was only supposed to add the difference between 45 and 20, which is 25. So it's actually 3220 plus 25. 3245. Now, the templater will deal with this all later, or by itself. And then maybe we'll want to consider not doing this linearly. So we're going to add a 2 here. It might be 0.5, I don't remember. But we can always reverse it. So this parameter here is the acceleration. If it's above 1, it goes one way. If it's below 1, it goes another way. But either way, if it's not 1, it curves. We'll find out which way it curves here. I think I want this as 0.5. Yeah, that seems about right. I don't know if it's 0.5. Do I want it as a 0.5 or do I want something a little bit more extreme? 2.5? That'll still be 4. I don't think this lines up, but we can fix that in the template. And then we do that a bunch of times. But I think for lead in, lead out, that's going to work just fine. So then we can do that in... so we're going to write a file called Hoshi ga Furu HS, like this. I'm using a tool called HC, also by FANSUBBING, that makes it a lot easier to write karaoke templates. So normally you'd have lines in here, and then you have to write in this little bit here, but this is going to make it a little bit easier and more readable if we do it in here. Unfortunately, we lose the syntax highlighting, but yeah, whatever. I can kind of make it if I do it by Lua, but gonna disable. Oh, nope. Actually, I don't care if it disables for the entire thing. That's fine. So if we do templates, template line, and we do template line. What am I looking at? I'm going to copy this bit, and then we can pare down what we need to here. So I'm going to want a template, no, code line, code once. It's been a while since I've done this. Code once with BPM equals 87. Beat is equal to BPM 60 divided by BPM. That gets us in seconds times 1000, so we get this in milliseconds. And then I'm just going to reference something that I had before. Because I did write a template for another karaoke thing that I had put out at some point. So I think I actually do want to copy this round to 3 decimal places. I'm going to send this over here so you can look at it yourself. And I may as well copy that entire thing too, the preamble. So code once rounds to 3 decimal places here. Rounds n to the nearest centisecond. Centiseconds is important because some parts of ASC works with centiseconds and rather than milliseconds. And if you mix the two, you might end up with misalignment. So this is kind of important. Video dimension. I don't think we might actually need this. I'm gonna assume we need this because I do actually need. Yeah, the wipe that I'm going to do per syllable is going to need this. We're going to have this at 1920 by 1080. Again, there's probably a way to get this from the script itself. It's fine. We're going to copy this because this is the same. So we have this at 87 beats per minute times 1000. The lead in is going to be 1 beat. Yeah, okay, that's going to be 1 beat. Utility is shift the time back to original position after. Oh yeah, then this one's going to be important too. But we'll leave that for later. I don't need this. I don't need this. And I think the rest of it is going to be possibly original. I think I might end up doing some timing. End up pulling some timing things out of this one. But otherwise it should be fine. Okay. So we take all the backslashes and turn them to new line backslashes. We got them all on one thing like this. Make it slightly easier to read. Should probably learn Lua. Yeah, Lua is pretty handy. It's used a lot, I think, in like plugin environments. EG-Sub has. If you're working with EG-Sub, yeah, you definitely probably want to learn a little bit of Lua because it's very handy to be able to just program your way through things. So this is going to be the lead in, lead out, and this is actually going to be not 3, 4, 5. This is going to be lead in. So in templater language here, the exclamation points signify that the inside is a Lua expression, and so it'll run this as Lua. In this case, we're referencing the lead-in variable, which we defined up here in the code once, and it'll be substituted with whatever the expression outputs. And so here we have the shad trick. And then here I'm going to add in, this is going to be mix in line, mix in sill. How close? Welcome in. I can't stay too long. Wishing you good luck with your stream. Luck with flute shorts. Thank you. Thank you. I can't. Oh, flute as in the recorder. Yeah, that's good. How close here, by the way, is a fellow musician VTuber. Let me give it a link here, and yes, I can link here. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. So we have mix and sill here at 0 until the lead-in. Also, just out of curiosity, are you streaming from Linux? Yes, I am. So you might notice the window manager being not quite anything you've seen before. So it's a tiling window manager. But yeah, Arch, by the way. So we got a mix and sill here. Shad 100. Or shad minus 100. Maybe we'll change that to something else. And then, so this is going to be lead in. We might change that. That might have to change. Possibly. We'll see. Actually, that does have to change because it's not going to be the entire thing. This is going to have to change based on syllable timing. Not syllable timing. This is going to have to change based on line lead-in. I'm sorry for that. I wanted to try Linux for a while, but the idea of jumping from Windows to Linux still feels a little intimidating. Yeah, I kind of felt that way when I first started using Linux. I've been using Linux since 2014 full-time, so it's been quite a while for me. But when I started, I think I had first... My dad got me to build a new PC for the family, and he wanted to install Linux. He didn't want to pay for Windows. And so he got me to install that too. That was back in 2010. And I had a couple of concerns about not having access to Windows programs and all that. But you end up finding alternatives to what you need, and yeah, for some things you might not actually miss the programs you used to use. It helps that I don't game much, but Linux gaming these days has gotten quite a bit better than it used to be. So if you game on, say, Steam or whatever, you'll probably be okay too. Yeah, it's just a matter of just do it, figure things out, you'll be fine. And if you have a friend who can help you through it, even better, because admittedly, Linux does have its rough spots too. If any of you do want to start using Linux and want help with the process, we do have a Linux channel in the Discord. You're free to shoot questions in there. I was thinking once I build a new PC, I would install Linux on and take every program one step at a time. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Don't try to re-up on everything and do everything all at once. Just whenever you feel the need to, or whenever you feel like you need to do something, look up how to do that. And then find a program that does that and all that. Okay, so we're gonna have a mix and sill here. So this is going to be for this is going to be lead in, and we're gonna have another one for lead out. So that's gonna be this one. So we're going to start off with not having, or just having one lead out timing for the entire for the entire line, and then we're going to segment it per syllable. And so this is going to be... Okay, now I have to look at docs. Did I have... Yes, I do. Okay, it's over here. If I ever build a PC somehow, I'm definitely not dealing with Windows 11 or whatever comes after. Crippling League addiction will not be happy with me, though. Wow. That's probably a good thing, though. Getting off League. If you wait long enough, Windows 12 might come out. And if Windows follows the pattern of good, bad, Windows 12 should be maybe good. Because Windows 11 takes the bad slot in the pattern. But yeah, if you can get off of Windows and onto Linux, more freedom to you. I have not actually... I've used Windows 10, I've not used Windows 11, so I don't know firsthand how it feels. But I don't expect to like it. Okay, I'm looking for... end, I think it was. It's been quite a while since I've done this. I think it's orgline.end. No, it's actually going to be next.end, because I need this in time with the next line. So I actually need to retime this. Wait a minute. So this is a template line, and we're gonna have a mix-in line here. Mix-in line. I'm gonna put the fad in here. It's also invasiveness, lack of respect for privacy that turned me off big time with Windows 11, so I don't know if I'd venture to 12 when it comes out. Yeah, definitely the privacy and freedom is a big part of why I use Linux too. So I'm a big proponent of open source, free and open source software, and the philosophies that go along with that. Do that. Okay. I feel like I'm missing something. Right, we actually do need to retime this. Because we need to do a retime. So the retime function retimes the line so that... Oh, wait, I think I'm going to have to do some calculations here. It should be fine. Should be fine for now. I'm going to have it so that it is minus lead in. And we have 0. We actually don't need this because we're already in Lua. Alright, now I do have to leave, but so lovely catching stream. See you, mate. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I hope you, words. Enjoy whatever it is that you need to get up to. Go off to do. Yeah. So we retime so that we have a little bit of extra lead in here for the fade to come in, because we don't want the fade to start right away, or rather right when the line starts, because otherwise it's going to look late. So we want to start it before and have the fade end when the line is supposed to come in. In which case, actually, this might be okay. Org line dot end time minus lead in. Yeah, that should give us the lead in time before the end of the line. So that might actually just work. I am missing specifier for retime. I think it's line that I want. But then that means actually for this one, it's not 0. It's going to have to be T. This is also going to be T. And now that this is Lua, that needs to be that. And then all of these lines need to be T'd as well. And this can stay 0. Because 0 means the end of the line, and we're going from the end of the line, so this should be okay. Okay, so then we go ahead and compile that using the HC. What am I looking at? Actually, I don't need to do that. I hope I have the updated version. Buckets, H templates, import, and we get the path to this thing. If only there was a file picker. Real path, I'm looking for Hoshi Furu.hs. Copy that, put that in here. No, hold up. Do that again. Remove the new line at the end. And there we go. So now we have this. Now we can uncomment this. And then hopefully things just work. We can apply 539 templater. I need a pause. Where are you? You have I'm pretty sure you had a convenience method to add a pause tag here, right? Tag.pause, util.pause, something like that. I could just pause X, Y. That might be the easy way to do it. It's not quite what I'm looking for. And also, wait, it's lead in divided by 2 because I don't want it to be on the beat. I want it to be on half the beat. So beat divided by 2. What I want here. And I should set this to a hotkey. But I'm not going to do that on stream because I'm a little bit too stubborn. But I should set it to a hotkey to make it easier to re-import. Still doesn't look right. Lead ins, yes, beat divided by 2. No? Oh, you know what? I forgot. It's because we retimed the line, which means this fade doesn't work anymore. Because the fade starts from the start of the line, and we've moved the start of the line, but the animation starts later. So we can't have this fade where it is anymore. And we can choose, instead of fade, we can do Y shad, or not Y shad, 4A H00. So make it fully, make the shadow fully opaque here, but started off as fully transparent here. And we would do the reverse afterwards. Make it fully transparent there. So now that should be okay. Or not. Did I save? Alright, what's wrong with this? You have code template line here, pause, sure, mix in line, you have that, just the retime. You have the still, which has this, so you have YShad and that. YShad 0, so this should at the same time. So because I used it in the same T, it should be doing the animation at the same time as the moving down. But that's not what we see here. Oh! I need to run the templater. Unrecognized inline variable X. Okay. I guess we don't have that. Orgline.x. And we'll have orgline.y. I think that exists. Okay, so we import, then we run the templater again. That's what we want. But that's not the lead out that we want. So question then. Does it even fade out? It does not. Okay, so our timing is wrong. So orgline.endtime. I actually want orgline.duration. Duration? I think duration is the thing. So orgline.duration gives me the length of the line, which is what I actually want here. Not end time, because end time is from the, I think from the beginning of the script, which is not what we want, if I recall correctly. Remove these calculators here. So we can go ahead and re-import that, and now put this in here. And now it looks like we do have a proper lead out. This is not quite what I'm looking for, but I don't know if that's just because of the I mean, I guess this might be fine. This might be okay. Feels a little bit late. Okay. Well, that might be fine. Trying to think. This is where we init a git direct or a git repo and add all our stuff so that we don't end up losing our work. What else is in here? Time, and then the other one is Hoshi ga Furu K times unrolled .mscz. Yeah. hold on. Here reset. I don't do that. Get init commits actually. So that we start off with an empty commit, and then we do that. We're gonna get commits. Add lead, initial lead in, lead out. Sure. I'm not gonna be too strict about the commit message here. I just need to have a rough idea of what it is. This is mostly as a safety net, because the more we do stuff, the harder it is to go back to a good working state unless you have version control. So, you gotta make sure you have version control. And actually make checkpoints where it makes sense. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to have a wipe from left to right by syllable. And that's the reason why we have mix and sil here. And so we have, I know there's a, was it XC? Maybe it wasn't XC. Util.xf returns the position of the current character, returning 0 for the first character line and 1 for the final character. That's, no, wait. Is this it? This what I'm looking for? Yes, I think it is. But I want object equals sil and not character. Which means I can do util.xf sil orgline.sils, and then you can leave this one off, I think. So I want it to end. So I want the timing to happen from left to right. Wait a minute, hold on. Is this correct? I want the timing to happen from left to right so that the last syllable comes in as the time, or as the line is supposed to start. Let's draw this out. It's kind of hard to show this. So pretend these are all syllables. Actually, no, we can add text here. So we have whole, and then a little bit farther up we have G. What's this? 8. Alright, we can go ahead and position that as needed. So they will all come in successively, with this one coming in first. So this drops down, and this drops down, this drops down, this drops down, that drops down. And then the timing for this one is at the start time of the line. So we need to find a way to do this so that this starts where it needs to. And it's going to be a fixed wipe from... Fixed wipe? Is that why we needed this one? Is that why we needed this one? Because one of the things you can do here is you can have a fixed wipe from, or a fixed width wipe, so that you always have the same velocity, which I think is what we want. You have the same velocity, so that it. So let's say we have this box here, right? So you always do a wipe from this box here, but depending on how long the line is. So for example, we have another one that's anosora. And if we have the centered, say, so no. So I have no sora, right? And we say that is centered from here, like there. I'm gonna shrink this. Shrink this so it doesn't take up as much space. Let's move this up. Right, so this takes up that, and we copy this, and the wipe is going to be the same, but it starts a little bit earlier. So we can program it this way, so that it looks like it's going through all the letters with the same velocity, so at the same speed, but it always ends so that the last syllable, no matter where it is, it's... Sorry, hold on, what am I saying? Yeah, well, no matter where it is, it ends when the line starts. Now I just gotta figure out how to do that. And I don't remember if I did that for the other karaoke thing that I did here. Lead-in effect is a 1 beat long wipe from left to right, timed so that the line is fully visible at the start time of the line. Which I suppose it is. Actually, come to think of it, I can make this a little bit more compact. That does retime, so I can make this... I can make it this. Don't have to take up as much space. But this is the timing that we want. However, this makes use of clips, which is not exactly what I want. So from T0 to lead in times 2, which is also not really usable here. Now there is another one I can reference. This one is by Bucket, the same one who did the HC stuff. Just github.com bucket3432. So he has this Nijiro Passions templates, which I've referenced a lot. This also does the same thing, where character expansion wipe scales. It lasts 1 beat and ends at the start time of the line. The wipe sweeps from left to right, spanning the width of the script res and time so that the last character is fully expanded at the start of the line, which is what we want. We're doing things at the syll level rather than the character level, but it otherwise should be correct. Lerp lead in, which I think we can replace with util.xf maybe. Number from 0 to 1 based on the X position of the given character and anchor. Meta.resx, hold on. Oh. Wait a minute. Do we not need this? Can we just do that? Do we have meta? Where does meta come from? I think meta just exists. Okay. In which case I don't need this. But I'm gonna add that in anyway, just in case. Just to make things a little bit... No, I probably won't end up using that, actually. But if we have meta.resx, then I can just use that. So lead in, mix in syll, so it goes from there. We actually need to change the timing so that we have a linear interpolation, which is going to be... We're going to need this lerp lead-in, or we don't. And we can just use util.xf, I think. Because this is the line.characters. Yeah, this is basically util.xf, I think. Because this uses that, and then meta.resx. Oh, but however... I wonder if we can't. because this calculates it based on the line length, and we want it based on the video res. So we might actually just copy this and change things up a little bit. This is pretty sure this is MIT licensed or something, isn't it? Which means I should just be able to use this, maybe. No, I don't need to turn this into. No, this is how. Okay, I can't copy and paste. We will reference it and then write it ourselves based on the logic that we have here. So we'll have a, what is this? I need a header. Where's my, I'm going to pin this one. I'm going to have this because I need the headers. This doesn't look quite, oh, that's fine. Set no wrap. That'll look better. Lead out. So lead in effect is a, well, no, that's the wrong one. So basically what we're doing here, we're going to deconstruct this first, is, that's the anchor index. We might not need this one actually. Because I think we're always going to assume that it's the end. Because this one required the anchor index. Oh, no, we're going to be doing the same thing, aren't we? We might end up doing the same thing. Because I think lerp lead in ends up being used somewhere else. Because I think at the lead out, we're going to need to do it at... Sorry, I'm thinking about this. For the lead out, do we want it to have the same wipe as the thing that's coming in? I think that actually makes sense. Maybe we should do that. So maybe we don't need this. Well, sorry, we don't need the anchor index, because the anchor index is always going to be the last character. Oh, this is going to be a little bit more complicated. So, back to the drawing board here. Suppose Hoshi ga Furu is the one that's outgoing, and then Anosora is the one that's incoming. We actually want this to have this timing here for the lead out. Oh, sorry. If this is incoming, this is coming in from the top. So when the line comes in, it ends here, and then this actually just keeps going until the end. So this is going to need to be res x times 2. Okay. So the anchor still stays the same. That's going to be the x, the center for that character. Which means we're going to need to take in both... Wait, but didn't I have to do that here too? Oh, I was able to take a shortcut here because I could just use the clip lengths. Right, no, hold up. Time so that the line is fully visible at the start time of the line. So I wiped from... right from here to here, and then all the way to the end, which I think is what we have here. Outer board size, which accounts for the border. a line layer here. So left and right. So originally have. I need to reference what I'm looking at here. That is going to be at 2025. I put this on 2025. Not even in here. That's going to be in VTuber Clips Kip. This one. All right. I'm gonna move this over. So what we're looking at here is the wipe here. That wipe there. So that's a clip. That makes it easy because it's a clip. But I think the timing is the same. This, by the way, if you want to have a look at this, that's going to be, if I can find... I should have a link here, actually. So this is what we've been looking at. I've been referencing this one. So lead in times 2. Lead in times 2. Oh, you know what? Actually, that kind of makes sense. Because if it's a... Okay, hold on. I need to think. I need the music off. So I think what this does is it takes a lead-in amount of time to go from here to here. And then it takes another lead-in amount of time to go from here to whatever times 2 is going to be. Which I guess would be over here. So from here to here is lead-in times 2. Which means you just need to lerp from here to here. Take the center from there. Yes. Okay. I think we have an idea now. So I don't know if this is usable. I mean, it is a little bit. So the offset here is the same. So you need to calculate offset of anchor from res x. And then you divide. Why would you do character.center plus offset plus offset? Right, because the offset, what this is saying is that if you are over here, say the video dimensions puts you like over here, maybe a little more centered here. That's not right. Because it would be this, right? So this would be the actual video because this is the same width. And so what you're calculating is this distance over here. And then if you add the offset, that means this is as if it were over here, which means going from there to there. Okay. Return distance. Character as percentage of res x, something like that. Not percentage. I'm gonna say percentage in quotes. I don't need to be this precise here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because I have left and right here. How do I calculate the left and the right? Where do I get this from? Left is orgline.left plus padding plus or minus outer board size. Right is that. If not, orgline.next and last line. Maybe I copy this entire thing. Oh, okay. I'll just write. Get the last character. And get the right ends up being the center of the last character. Or the last sill. Something like that. Okay, so I think we can maybe copy this. This is my own code. I'm allowed to copy this. And then completely ignore the MIT. I don't think we need the vertical boundary, so we can ignore that. Where did I put this? Is this in the preamble? This is in the preamble. So we don't need padding. This is pointless. So if not orgline.next, then this is the last line. We have a continuous end is false, which I don't think we actually care about. Or do we? I haven't done anything yet. I think we will change it based on the end, because if it's continuous, oh, we're gonna leave that for now. But this is fine because you don't actually need to declare your variables in Lua, so it's just gonna end up being a variable that we don't reference, which is okay. Next start, next write is going to be right. And we're going to have to change this from orgline.left to orgline.sills, I think it is. Orgline.sills. We get the last one. .center. Actually, we don't care about the left. Do we care about the left? I don't think we actually care about the left, so we only need the right one here. So we need right there. We don't care about the left. The next right is going to be right. This is going to be orgline.next. We may want a function for this one. Last sill center. Sure. Function last sill center, and we can end that. And then we can do this. Return this. But we do line here, and so instead of org line, this is going to be line.sills, line.sills.center. And we can have org line here. And the reason why we want to do that is so that we can do this. Last sill center org line.next. I think. I feel like I do this in a lot of karaoke things, so maybe I should just write a bunch of utility functions. So next start, okay, so we'll go through this line by line. If we don't have a next line, so this is the last line, and we don't have a continuous end, the next start is going to be the end time minus the start time. You mean orgline.duration? I'm gonna leave that as is. I don't want to touch that. I think that's duration. Else, if the org line end time, so if it's continuous to the next one, then it is continuous. Otherwise, the next start is going to be next start. That's basically this. If it's continuous, why don't I just take the end time? Whatever. And next right is going to be this. It's going to be the right of the last character, or last syll of the last line. Or of the next line, and then otherwise it's not continuous, then it's the end time minus the start time plus the lead in. I might get this for free. The next right is the right. I don't remember where I used next start here. Because I used it here. Extend the end to accommodate the lead out effect. But we don't. Mix in line. I thought it doesn't make any sense though. Hold up. This doesn't make any sense because I don't extend the end to accommodate the lead out effect. Because I extend the start to accommodate the lead in effect, and it's supposed to. Oh, actually, yeah, no, this is correct. I think this is correct because it means that if we go back to the diagram here, this is also plus lead in time, which means it has to extend past the lead. So this is one lead in. This takes us to the end of the line. We need to extend it past so that it actually finishes the animation in case this finishes early. So yes, this is actually correct. We do want to extend the end to accommodate the lead out effect. I knew what I was doing back then. Gonna add that as delta. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Copy that with it too. Actually, no, I don't care because that's just workaround for the clip. So I don't need to copy that. Which means this, we need to change from 0 to something else. This is going to change from 0 to something else. This is going to change from the lerp function, wherever the lerp was, which I don't think we have here. And the reason why we didn't need a lerp here was because we used a clip, and you can tee a clip, and you can't tee a thing, you can't tee this. So we actually will need this one. I'm going to call this lerp lead in. I actually need to close this block too. Code once. Function lerp lead in. And then figure out what it was that we needed to do from this one. Because we have the character, we have the line of the anchor index. Can we not use XF? Because this is fairly generic. Right, hold on. The reason why we can't do that is because it does this, and it's based on the width of the line, where we need it to be based on the width of the video. So this is going to be sill. This is going to be line. Anchor. Do we need anchor? We're going to have anchor be a position. So I think, yeah, so anchor is going to be a position, an X position, I think. And we're going to make this a little bit easier on ourselves, because we have next right and next start and right and all that, so we can just pass in right to this thing. And so if we have... we actually don't need line then in that case, because we don't... Do we? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. Because why do I even need this? So I have line.characters. I can just pass in the line itself, or the character itself, or in this case the sill itself, get sill.center. I don't need the index. Can I lerp this? Linear interpolation of two numbers. Util.lerp of some sort of t. Maybe I don't need that. T being from 0 to 1. But the 0 to 1 that we need is something that we already need to calculate here. So this is more of a function to calculate the t, I guess. Or is lerp lead-in used here? Lead-in times lerp lead-in. Okay. Sure. So meta.resx to return meta.resx, so divide by meta.resx. Sill.center minus anchor, or anchor minus sill.center, I think. But those are the offset. Meta.resx minus anchor. So that gets us, if we look at this, that gets us this distance here. Then we need to add that distance here, or to the center, so that we have it aligned to resx. So plus sill.center is that correct? Plus offset, which was this. And then, okay. I think this is correct. So we have a resx minus anchor. So that gets us this distance here. And then we shift this so that it's as if, instead of being relative to whatever this is, it's relative to this bit here. And then we divide by resx, which gives us the percentage until it gets to the end of the line. So this is going to be roughly 50-ish. Okay, so we have that. We have lerp lead in. And then... That's not quite right now, is it? This is going to be times lerp, lead in, sill, and then right. I think. Yeah, because right is the... we calculate that every line. And the right is going to be the last character of the line. But we need this timed... We need, so the timing has to be the same as this one. Or rather, the timing has to be consistent. So the duration for this T has to be lead in. But we need the first one to start before that. Is that right? Do we actually need to have this start at lead in times 2? Which I kind of don't like. Okay, well, let's render this and see what happens. I don't think this is correct. This is absolutely not correct, but I think I need to see something visual. Let's see how wrong this gets. What even was that? Hold on, what is that? Why does that exist? Why do we have KO? No, that's correct. 1A, 3A, 4C, shad minus 100. This was working earlier. Is it because of the KO? Is that what we're working with here? What if we do the traditional shad trick instead? Where we don't do the KO. We do the FE instead. Okay, it was definitely a KO problem. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, so we do get a little bit of, well, just a little bit of staggering there, but we want the more pronounced staggering. So it's a start. But we need more. So this is actually, we're going to need to take this and put that in here. And we're going to minus lead in. So this can potentially be 0, to be honest. Lead in times 2. And that means that we're going to, where's their T function? It's going to be lead in times 2. Okay, I think that's correct. Anyone confused yet, by the way? I know I'm a little bit confused, but maybe this will just work. Closer? Yeah, I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want. Now we just need to do that for the lead out as well. So this already has lead out times 2 built into it. And so it's going to be orgline.duration minus lead in. This is going to be next start. I think it was next start. Where's my lead out? The lead out here, retime delta, lead in, so T to next start minus lead in. Except it's not going to be quite that. So this makes sense. Sort of. I need a code sil here because I need to calculate this value. Sil.write lead in. What's the term for the value you get for the multiplier? I'm gonna call alert mults. Or sil. Sure. If anyone has a more descriptive name, let me know. Sil-lerp, so that's going to be the multiplier for the syllable. And this actually should go up top. Over here. And so then the reason why we do that is so we can use it here. So that's going to be next start. Next start. So this has to be... Actually, hold on. So this is going to be next start as well. But we have to get the lerp lead in somewhere. So I think it's going to be lead in times lerp lead in. Or sil lerp? Okay, so this might actually be... This might actually be the offset instead. So I'll call that lead in offsets. Because if this is going to be... This is going to be that. Right? Yeah, I think it's that. Because if we're going to have to do lead in times lerp every time, then it's going to be... we may as well put in the lead in as well there. Lead in offsets. Is this correct? Should it be minus lead in offsets? Because it's going to be next start. Okay, hold on. I think I can close this one. As we look back here, right? So this is going to be next start, and we want, and lead and offset is going to end up being lead in, which means this is going to be too late. No, actually, let's run it. Let's run it and see. I feel like there's something wrong here, but let's run it anyway. And something went wrong because there's nothing there. Okay, where did I mess up? I have a syntax error somewhere. It's that one. One of the issues with this HC thing is that it doesn't. There's no error reporting. Attempt to perform an arithmetic on global lead and offsets, which doesn't exist because Code Sil? I thought that ran before everything happened. Does it not? Well, I can do some sort of workaround. If Code Sil doesn't run before the Mixin Sil does, I'd rather not. But if I have to, I will. So if I do a Mixin Sil here, this is going to be that, and there's going to be a set function here. Was it set? Set key equals val. Yeah. We do that. Yeah. Not code Sil because for some reason it doesn't work. Okay. Well, that should set it. And I hope that works. And of course it doesn't because I have an error somewhere. I am missing a parenthesis. Okay. Oh, something else is wrong. Table index is nil. If you want to assign it to a global variable and inline expression, that's about it. Now, yes. Yes, but return set lead in offset dot lead in line table index is nil. Is this not how set works? Oh, right. No, hold on. No, because it should be a string. Right. And now it runs. Now it actually runs properly. And so hopefully we'll see some sort of good lead out here. I think we broke something. I think we definitely broke something. Because that is no longer going in by syllable. And why not? Because it says lead in times lerp lead in. Forgot that bit. And we have overlap because okay, hold on. We have overlap possibly because of the where is it? The acceleration. If I remove the acceleration, it might be okay. I just gotta find where that is. And the reason I'm doing it in here and not in the H file is because I'm just testing things out. So if we change this to 1, or get rid of it completely, what does this look like? Will we get alignment? I would rather not use linear motion here, but we do get alignments. Maybe I need to start this earlier. Maybe I need to start this earlier. So instead of starting it at lead in plus lead in offset, it should start at lead in times 1.5. Lead in minus lead in. Yeah, lead in minus 1.5, and then this is going to be next start minus lead in times 0.5. And just start half a lead in earlier. We're just making guesses here. I don't know if that's actually going to work, but I can probably do the math and figure out how much we actually need based on the acceleration. But if simple trial and error works, then I can save myself the trouble. Maybe times 2. But this is good. This is working. It's just now it's minor timing issues. Aha! Now the question is, do I want this by syllable or do I want this by character? It looks fine. Would bi-card be harder? I don't think so. It's going to be basically a swap between character and syllable. So instead of a mix and syll here, you'd have mix and char, and then instead of the and then also the same thing for lead outs, and then instead of changing things by syll here or calculating things by syll here, you calculate by character there, and then also I think over here you do it by character instead of syll. So same thing, as just instead of sylls use character. Because we are using what is it? We're not using a template. We're not using a template per character or a template per syllable. We're just using shadows. So it should be a fairly, I don't want to say trivial swap, but it should be a fairly straightforward swap. That one seems like it comes in a little bit early. Now I'm thinking that maybe it does make sense for it to still be by syllable, because if we add in syll effects, which I am planning to do, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do with that yet though, then doing it by character would break up the syll effect. Whereas if we if we do it by syll, then the syll effect per syllable is going to stay intact. Alright, that's gonna bother me. I didn't notice this earlier, but it's itsuka. Itsuka should be two words. Are you? Because it's itsu as in when, and then ka as the particle. Although some people are going to argue and say that Romaji is broken and it doesn't matter. So that came in. You remember from the code that we had here, if it's not continuous, then it actually stalls a little bit later. So that it stays on for the entire time the line's supposed to be on, and then it falls off afterwards. As opposed to falling off at the normal time when it is continuous, where it would otherwise seem a little bit early. Then hold, and then drop. That felt a little bit late. I think that might actually be... Maybe I do need to... Where are you? Shite mita. Yeah, maybe I need to keep that there. This one I can keep there. That means I'm gonna have to... it should be fine. Which means before I forget, I'm going to change the K-time lyrics here. Itsuka, I'm gonna add a space there. And then I'm gonna change all these to that. この私が憧れたあの空背伸びして死をつかむ締めていたそれでも because I originally had this as just Nathan modes, and I think it might not make sense to continue doing that so that it comes in a little bit earlier. As I mentioned before, any rests get absorbed into the next line, and so this more or less counts as lead in for the next line. So that, because this is blank line, we want to stay or extend until the end of the bar there. And then we have this, that looks all good. Again, because we have a thing there, we can extend this to the end of the line, end of the bar. Hoshi ga furu, hane no nai kono watashi ga kokureta sora rest. Senobi shite, hoshi o tsukamu ane o shite mita rest. Make nai de, negai sai mo nomikomu yami, sore de mo rest. Tesaguri de, Yume no kakera tsume ni ikou. Okay, I think we're good here. Then we export again. And then we MIDI CSV this again. And then we do this, remove this, copy again, and then find the here, make this 21, and remove this bit. Now we go ahead and run the templater again. And hopefully things will look a little bit less late. I can't tell. Did it actually? Well, I think I'd be able to tell if I do Oras ano sora. No, senobi shite. No, no, it did not. I forgot to export it. I think I might have forgotten to export this. Okay, so we export. We do this. We save that. Yes, we replace it, and then we run it again. And then we replace this, copy, and then fold in the here. And run the templater. That feels better. Does that feel late? I feel I might feel a little bit late. Gotta get a big single key macro pad to run the templater. Yeah, I mean, I could just bind it to a key. So the two things that I should bind to a key are the imports. The import the template and then run the templater. But I'm gonna keep putting that off until I mean, we could just do it now. My problem with key binds is that I never know what to bind it to. Because either I don't know, some keys are important, some keys are not, and some might conflict with the OS. But yeah, I don't know. If you have any suggestions for what to bind it to, I'll take them. Hence macro pad. Yeah, fair. But even the macro pad, I guess if you bind it to something like F13 or whatever, that might work. Yeah, F13 and F24 does exist in software. I've tried to bind I don't. Oh no. Okay, so it was OBS actually that even though I had bound some keys to F or remapped some keys to F13 to 24 or whatever it was, OBS couldn't see it for some reason. EG sub might, but I haven't tried. Because I could, well, because one thing I could actually hold on. I have. Does this recognize Alt GR? Because if this recognizes Alt GR, I can do Alt GR and then F keys and do something with that. Okay, quick detour. We're going to attempt to run or attempt to add keybinds to this. Mouse 4.5 AK back forward might be more widely supported. Yeah, I suppose. I don't really want to bind it to that though, because I don't have my mouse plugged in half the time. Do I want this as a default? I think it makes sense to put this as default. Alright, so new. Does it recognize... I don't know if I want to do that. Why does... well, I know why. Because Alt GR on Windows is mapped to Control Alt on... Sorry, yeah, on Windows. Alt F12 should be fine though. Right? That shouldn't conflict with anything. I don't have any Alt keybinds. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Automation slash Lua slash OX caret template, this one. So we'll bind that to Alt F12, and then Alt F11 can be automation slash Lua slash buckets import last used. Okay, well that's gonna make things a little bit faster. I just have to remember they're bound to that. That feels late. But I know I feel like it's going to feel late for some lines that aren't continuous, and then it's going to be fine for others. Okay, that feels way too early though. Shadin, where are you? We're gonna have just an 8-note rest there. I'm gonna export, do this whole dance again. And then I'm going to actually take this, find the line. I'm going to set S that to here. So I don't have to keep doing this. PB copy. And now we can use the hotkey. Okay, so where are we? Nonakade. It still feels a little bit early. I don't know if that's because of the way I'm playing it, or if it actually is early. But it's nice to have lead in. Maybe I'll just keep it anyway. What if we don't? what if we just do that? No, but that feels late. Okay. So we do have to put it back. So it's gonna be that. Re-export it. Put that back. You know what I realized actually? I think the reason we were seeing hold on, let's deal with this first. Yeah, that feels better. Okay, well that one felt right. Hold on. Does that make sense? The last line ends as if there was a continuous line afterwards. I mean, I guess it does. Because the alternative is we don't do that. And we have the last line act as if it were not continuous. In which case we do this. And we'll see how that looks. No, that feels late. So, trust my former self in knowing what I was doing. You put Waluigi in your docs. Yes, you did. Where was it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, for you got actor, no actor, T actor, no T actor, because the it should be fairly obvious what it's meant to do, given the pattern. Okay, I think this is good enough for commit. Do we even need VWVH? I don't think we need this anymore. Because I use ResX and it's only in lerp bleed-in. So we don't need this. I needed that, I think, for the clip. But we don't need that anymore. So we can just get rid of it. Stagger, lead in, lead out effect by Sil. Again, using these more as checkpoints. Normally, this would go in a separate commit. It's fine. So, now we can work on the Sil effect. Now I gotta figure out what to do with that. Usually for these Sil effects, they're gonna be highlights. And thankfully, Sil effects are gonna be pretty easy to do. Main template Sil effect. Okay, that's what I did for this one. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that. So the Sil effect is going to, let's say, just give it a highlight here. Hold on, I need to go grab, grab an application. Actually, no, I don't need to. This is fine. No, I do need to grab an application. I will be right back. I'm gonna hide this. I may or may not disappear from thing. I shouldn't. I don't think I need any of those. We're gonna discard changes here. Rare time you'll see the background of this scene. Not that it's any different from any other scene, but okay. Just waiting for it to load. I need GIMP so I can do some color mixing. Hoshi got Furu XZ, so we're gonna take this blue here. I'm gonna take this blue, we're gonna change it into a yellow of some sort. Not entirely sure how, but we will turn it into a yellow. Actually, I could just take this yellow. I can take this yellow and it's probably gonna be okay. Because it looks... It looks fine. Right? It looks fine. So a very simple Sil effect. We're gonna make this a little bit fancier in a bit. Mix in Sil, and then we're gonna T 4C. I need to change this to a BGR, because that's what AS uses. It's not RGB, it's BGR. And then we're gonna have this at sil.start. So this is gonna need to be a T sil.start minus lead in divided by 4 times 3 divided by 4. So usually what I do with these lead-in effects is that they finish. No, they don't need to be. Okay, we'll see how this works. Sil start plus lead in times or divided by 4. Yeah, okay. So usually what I like to do is so this is gonna be a fade. It's gonna be a fade from white to yellow. At least to start. And we're gonna change it in a bit. Usually I like to have that transition and 3/4. The transition should be 3/4 of the way through when the syllable is supposed to start. However, I don't think lead in is quite the right value to use here, because I think that might be too long. But we'll see how this works. I need a comma there. I also need that. Aha! Inline expression. Because it's not start, it's start time. I forgot the braces. Guys in service, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello Raiders, my name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux, and today we're actually doing some programming. Yeah, Raiders, if you need to head out and take care of yourselves or whatever, please feel free to do so, but otherwise we will be here. You did Physics Wednesday. What's a degree in physics entail? Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I contemplated taking a physics minor when I was in university. Didn't end up doing that, and I think I don't know if I would have been able to do it, but yeah, I didn't end up doing that. Just chat about your bachelor's experience. I'm sure that's still pretty interesting to listen to. Yeah, everyone has different experiences, and yeah, would be interested in maybe checking that out if I remember, or at the very least maybe save the VOD to look at later. Shout out! You can actually remember to do this now. Yeah, thanks for the raid. You've raided me a lot, so feel free to raid other people if you if you find other people. But I assume the reason you raid me is because there aren't any other people around this time. I appreciate it though. But yeah, so right now we're working on on karaoke effects. And we're just fixing a bug here. Up until now I can show this off actually. So up until now we've been working on lead out and lead in effects. And now we're just working on the sill effect, the sill highlights. And that's wrong. That's not supposed to be yellow all the way through. Ideally, upload all my science stuff to YouTube. I'm behind right now. Have you considered dual streaming? That makes it easy to save bots because it happens automatically. Okay, this is not supposed to be yellow to start with. So why is it yellow? Because I'm missing this, for one. I like the control of editing in between. Yeah, fair enough. I suppose if you... I know a lot of people do I've taken to calling the appetizer, where you talk for a bunch at the start about something unrelated and then move on to the topic at hand. So I know some people like to edit that out if that's something that you do. Or if you prefer to condense your VODs a lot, yeah, maybe it makes sense to do that as well. This is not supposed to be yellow. Also, wait, why am I getting such long decimals? I'm supposed to put this through... This is supposed to go through T, which is supposed to truncate or around after... Do I even have T? Yeah, function T to shift the time back to its original position. I'm misusing T. It's supposed to be CS. But I still need T. Not much more if you're setting Twitch metadata anyway. So it's there. There's more stuff here. Why YouTube streams also require more advanced setup? Yeah, it does require a little bit more setup. Yeah, because Twitch you can just go live and do things on the fly. Whereas with YouTube, actually no, YouTube does have a mode where you can just go live and it'll create a stream for you. You don't have to set that up beforehand, but it tends to be a little bit preferable to do that if you want control over what people see on the title and whatnot. So it does have that. It's just most people don't do it, I think. Yeah, if you don't have, I don't think I've tested this, but I think if you start streaming to your stream key, it'll start streaming to a default. Actually, I think I can show this off. You start streaming to your default stream. Once I got YouTube Creators Studio up and running, and not show the current stream. So if you're over here, all right, this button or this menu item here is your default stream. And so if you start streaming to your key and you don't have any other streams auto starting, it'll stream to this one. And then I don't remember if you have to start the stream or if it'll just go automatically, but it will start a stream. So impromptu stuff, it is a thing that you can do on YouTube. I don't think a lot of people do it. So why is this yellow? I can tell one thing. This is a little bit too far. Is it? Is this too far in? No, wait, no. This is already correct because this is the start time, or that's for the lead-in. And then we have this for the yellow. That's not what that should look like. Is this white to start? No, it's yellow to start. Because I need to increase it by lead in. Where am I looking? So the cell effect, we have T cell.start time minus lead in times 3 to the 4. Cell.start time. And then it adds the lead in afterwards. Cell.start time is correct here, right? It's the start time of the syllable. Which should be on or after the start time of the line. Most of the time after. So why are we getting before here? And then in the lead in here, this is going to be lead in offset minus lead in. So the lead in offset is before the start of the line, at least for 0. And then you subtract lead in. So if anything, this should be... Hold on. We're going to add a board. I suppose it would do that, wouldn't it? Well, if the line gets retimed, wouldn't it be adjusted? it wouldn't be adjusted for that. But that's what the T is for. So the T readjusts the start time based on the retime that we did here. So T does that and should take care of that automatically. So what we're doing here is at the start time of the sill, it shifts this. We start 3/4 of the lead in beforehand. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do lead in divided by 2. Just to maybe see if we can get something here. It's still yellow, which is not correct. Why is this so hard to make out? Actually, does this even make sense? Where's the ha? That's the ha. So then we have, if we get rid of everything else here, turn the BGM back on. Get rid of that and just look at this one. Okay, so we can ignore these ones. So these are the start. Then we break this apart. So this is what we're looking at for this one. And then we have this one. Y shad one -100. Yeah, sure about that? Why are we getting this twice? We shouldn't be getting this twice, we should be getting this once. I am very confused. Consider running those milliseconds. Yes, I do have a function to do that. I thought I was using it. Apparently I'm not using it. But that doesn't actually matter for what we're looking at here. I will be adding it later. But why are we getting this twice? This doesn't make any sense. Because I only have one mix-in line, and we don't have multiple template lines. Right? So code once, code line, code once, mix-in sill, which does the set lead in offset. Because for some reason code sill doesn't work. Template line. So it makes this. Wait, templates should be just the one. And then we have mix in line. We have this one. Mix in sill. So every sill we get this one. The sill effect we get that. And lead out we get this. And mix in sill. Code sill might run too early. Yeah, you might be right. So code sill runs before it gets the sill object. I don't remember what the error was that we were looking at, or that we saw. But why are we getting this twice? Unless I deleted stuff wrong. No, we're definitely getting this twice. We shouldn't be getting that twice. So I only see one mixin still here that has the 4C. It's too late because mixins happen during a template, but code still runs after template. Ah, okay. No, that makes sense. I remember, I think there was some discussion at some point about having like a pre-code or something where it runs before the mixins happen. That was a while ago. Execution docs, order docs section is very unfinished, but it managed to clarify that much. Yeah, I maybe should have looked there. Oh, you know what? That's why. Because I need I need a modifier. I don't know if this actually changes anything, but it's funny how light was foreshadowing something. We're gonna add a no blank here, because I think it might actually be necessary. So no blank, for those of you who aren't aware here, will not run the templates. Wait. No, this needs to be on the mixins. Will not run the, in this case, the mixin when the syllable is blank. I don't think we necessarily need it for this one, so that's fine. Mixin sill. Yeah, I think that should all be good. Aha! That's what we're looking for. That's not quite what we're looking for. And it's because we need to make sure that the white... Where are you? Our transforms from the blank symbols are getting joined with transforms from the actual sills. Yeah. So the reason why we were seeing double earlier was because we had a... Oh yeah, actually, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? In part because I don't have resets in place, and I should have resets. But yeah, whatever transforms was for the K14 was also being appended to the K69. I'm not sure if it would necessarily overlap because of how the timing works. Maybe it does. Where is this? I need this. This actually needs to... Here. No, here. Alpha, welcome. You should have resets. I don't know what that means. So resets here. It's basically what I added here. It's going to be a tag that resets or that sets the tag value before the T. So T is a transform. It changes the value over time to whatever's inside here. So in this case, we're changing the color of the shadow from white to yellow. But every syllable, every block needs this. Otherwise, this transform will apply to every other block afterwards. So if we want to have things, if you want to have the syllable stay yellow, or no, stay white until it gets to that point, we need to make sure that it says set this to white and then transform. So this is one half of the sill effect. And that's what we're looking for. Now, whether I keep it yellow or if I go back to white, I'm not sure. We can try going back to white. Let's see if it changes anything. So instead of start time, we do end time now. And I think everything else should be, we can just stay as is, maybe? No, I need to actually make this white though. Did I save that? I did save it, okay. So now we have this. Maybe. I can't tell. It might be okay. It might be okay. It might also be. I think it's missing something. Where is that gradient function? Not a gradient function. I need something that's halfway between white and this yellow. We can just calculate that actually. No, I need something that's a little bit, maybe like 80%. Halfway plus yellow. Halfway plus yellow. Like 75%? Or no, so we have the yellow. We have the yellow there, and then we can. I mean, that's about the same thing. I want it to be a little bit more yellow than white. The point here is we need the yellow to fade a little bit. So that it's not just static. Now imagine I typed that right. But yeah, you can do calculations on colors. It is a thing. Okay, so we're gonna have that, so that it drops to 80%, and then it goes to. Wait a minute. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that, do I? There's some trickery I can do with transforms where I do this again, but have it at the start time. Well, we'll think about it. And the first Ichi sub crashed the stream. I'm surprised it took this long. Or did it crash? It is currently crashing. We'll wait for that. There's just text values depending on the color scheme. Yeah, it can get a little bit complicated depending on the color space you're working with. But yeah, if you're working in, say, just RGB, then it's more or less straightforward. It's best if you're working in LCH, if you're looking at perceptual colors, but I think in this case we can get away with not doing that. And fortunately, I did the groundwork on color space conversion years ago. Yes, so it's I don't know if I've really used it a whole lot, but you do have that. You do have that library of yours. Alex 539 on YouTube. Yes, he is the one who wrote this template tool that we're working with. Tell them I said hi. 539. Olive Mew on Twitch says hi. Okay, I think we're not going to do this. We are going to copy this. And we're going to let the T deal with this instead. And I think we want... Let's make this 4. We want a more subtle... we want a more subtle one. We'll see. Maybe 4 is not quite it. Let me make it 2. No, this actually no, this is not right. I actually need to go into the start time of the next one. Right? Because if it's the end time, the end time of the next the end time of the current syllable is the start time of the next syllable. Which means it should be this. This should line up the same as this, I think. Yes. No, hold on. Let's do this. Let's look at this in slow motion. If this effect is programmed the way that I want it to, we should have 2 syllables lining up during the transition. Which it is. Maybe I just don't need to divide by 2. Maybe I just need to divide by 1. Figure slightly purple engagement metrics go on this side. Yeah, YouTube. No, I'm not telling Twitch to go on YouTube for TOS reasons. But the thresholds, thresholds for stuff on YouTube is a little bit higher. So any engagement on YouTube is welcomed. Only ever seen this once before. Seen what? I'm having trouble with this one. This is causing issues. It's also my main platform. Yes, it is. Multi-stream surfing. Hello, Olive Mew on the YouTube side. Okay. So we have a small problem in that this is causing issues. Because of how it drops off near the end here. The transition looks a little bit off because the outgoing syllable is at a how should I say it? The outgoing syllable is dropping off faster than the incoming syllable, so it looks a little bit choppy. Bid the adieu. All right. Well, thanks for dropping by. Good night. So, I mean, yeah, it just feels a little bit static though. What we could maybe do... Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this. I think we might need something behind. Okay, so we're gonna add another... Where's my template line? Template line at 1. We're gonna have template line at 0. So we're gonna put this behind this line here. And we're gonna do the same thing. Can I do add 0 at 1? No, I can't do that. Mix in line. We're gonna put this in mix in line. Because it's gonna be the same for both of those. So then we're gonna have 2 template lines, which are apparently gonna be empty. Is this an HC feature? Yeah, so this means layer. Yeah, this is the way you specify layers on a template. So when we have 2 template lines, I guess we have a mix in line here, so that this gets that. Yeah, it's just syntax. And then we only want some of these for just the first layer. So we want the mix in line retime delta lead in. That's good. Mix in sil no blank. This is going to be layer 1 because we actually don't want anything on layer 0. And this is also going to be layer 1. I'm gonna have the no blank first. And then we're going to have this also as layer 1. Actually, no. No, we want the fade in, fade out to be on all layers. It's only going to be on the sil effect that it's going to make a difference. So on this one, we're going to have board, I don't know, 10, blur 10. We'll see what comes out of that. I think we might make this this yellow, possibly. And so then what we're going to do in that case is in here, mix in sil no blank layer 0. We're going to have T. T something. T maybe this. So we're gonna have this as 4A H00. So it's gonna be transparent to begin with. And then we're also going to do that again. But HFF. So we're basically creating a parabola here. Right? That's how that works. Yeah, I think that's how that works. This ends up overriding this one from here. So it'll trend to 0. But this is a lot stronger. I don't know how this is going to look, but we'll find out. Absolutely not. I think we need this. I think we need this here. This is gonna be the 8 to 0. So we make the background glow when we along with the yellow, but we make it fade throughout the duration of the line. And it should be done by the time the syllable is done. But maybe not that one. maybe we make this white. And maybe we make it, instead of fully opaque, we make it semi-opaque. No, not at all. Okay, what's wrong with this effect? Because I need have it start earlier so we can actually... No, I don't think this is it. I pushed my annual commit to my EG subscription. Oh, nice. I'm gonna assume that it was... Well, we can have a look now and see what this was. No, that's the wrong one. The docs update? Update link in docs. Oh yes, because it yeah, the is this still up now? Because I know they were having issues with it the other time. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Because I know there were whoever was hosting the Aegisub site got got a denial of service or something. But good to see it's resolved now. Where is my board? Board 5. The old link redirects to the docs homepage. Okay. I can't say I agree with this, though. Maybe it needs to be more subtle. Maybe it needs to be more subtle. The other way, the CC. No, not that much. 9-0. C0. It's a little bit too subtle. I mean, sure. I don't know if this is. I don't know. I don't think about it. If anyone just wanted to say, I think the video looks really cool so far. Thank you. Welcome in, Axion. Maybe do something with glow size rather than just opacity. Yeah, that might be it. So if we say instead of doing the board here, we put the board here. And then we say, well, no, it's going to be board 5 there. It's going to be board 0 here. And then we do board 0 again over here. Oh, now I can't see it. Hold on. I'm gonna put this back to like. I'm gonna put this back to 6. It's actually kind of nuts that despite my inactivity, I've yet to go a calendar year without updating the repo in some capacity. I know how that feels. Maybe back to 80. Okay, so the reason why we added this was to make it a little bit more dynamic during the sill. And I think it's doing that. Something still doesn't feel right. I think it's because it's linear. So if we make this, say, 2. That drops off a little bit too fast. Maybe it just needs to be linear. Well, definitely, I think it definitely enhances those longer notes. I still think it drops off a little bit too much, or too fast. Okay, so what if we instead do... lead in... instead of divided by 4, divide by 2. So go in for a little bit longer. I don't know how well it's going to turn out, especially at the end of the sill, but maybe it'll be fine. I'm going to put this temporarily at 0 so I can see it. Because I kind of can't see it right now. So if I have it at end time plus lead in divided by 2, it should be overlapping with the next sill. And lingering on a little bit after the peak. I would just have a whole lead in. I don't know. I don't know if I like that, but Worth a shot. What if we do this? We'll have a triangular wave instead. And then go back to lead and divided by 4. Feels worse. Let me go back to this one. No, I think this might be okay. Okay, well that is a commit. There are a couple more things that I want to add. Oh man, it's already been 4 hours. But I think then we should still be able to go. Add sill effect. So there was one more thing that I wanted to do here. Obviously it's not complete because I think ideally you'd have the English somewhere, and then you also deal with the second voices, but it's all going to be more or less the same thing. One thing that isn't going to be the same thing is we look at album art. Hoshi, Furu. Look at this album art here. We got these streaks of these meteor streaks. I want to try to do something with that here. I don't know how well it's going to go, but it's, again, worth a shot. So we're going to do this with drawings. Sure, welcome in. How much stuff do we have to do? It all entirely depends on how much I want to do here. But I think for this stream, we're just going to do the drawings or the meteors, and then we'll call it a night. After that, it's going to be filling in the second voices because they do overlap, and then also putting in the English lines, which I don't have on hand at the moment. Maybe I should try. I can try Open Utao again because I mentioned the English lines. Maybe it'll work again this time. But at the same time, maybe not. We'll find out. For context, for those of you who weren't here earlier in the stream, I mentioned that I started writing some trans lyrics for this song. Had the idea for it last night was while thinking about needing English lyrics for this. Like the translation in the actual music video is good enough, but also What is this song from? This is Ayunda Risu's original song, her latest one. Hoshi ga Furu. And you should have a listen to it when you get a chance. It's pretty good. Okay, we're not doing that. I gotta figure out why it's crackling like that. I don't think you were able to hear it because I don't think it was hooked up to OBS, but sounds bad. But anyway, we are going to do a thing here where we are going to draw, and to do that, I'm actually going to pull up a new each window, so I can see this just a little bit better. We're going to use dummy video. This is going to be not that. That's too large. Just this. I'm going to pop this out. Now we're going to start drawing. I'm going to put this at 100%. Reset video pan. So we're going to AN5. Let's say P1 M00 L. I actually don't want L, but I need to write something. So 100 0 forward. I can also just draw this out. Hold up. I can just draw this out with a clip. I don't want to do this because it's a little bit imprecise. I mean, I suppose I could just edit the lines. So basically what I want to do here is I want to make a bit of a kite shape, or make a triangle rather, like so. But one of the lines is going to be no, I need to switch this. One of the lines is going to be a Bezier curve, so that it's round, like that. And then we're going to blur this. We're going to blur this so that it looks a little bit fuzzy. But I need this in a line. So M00, so we're going to start from there. Board 0. And then say if we want this to be 100 pixels long, then it's going to be, let's say 100 minus 50, and then 150. That's too wide. Minus 5, and then plus 5. That looks a little bit better. We might still be a little bit too wide though. I wonder if this is enough actually. Maybe make this 200. Shad 0, because we blur 3 or blur 5. Maybe I don't need to have the round edge, because this, if you blur it enough, then it's fine. It ends up being a little bit round anyway. Maybe I don't need it. Okay, well, we go with this. So where we're going with this is we're going to have this as a drawing. We're going to rotate it. So it's what, like 15 degrees or something. I don't remember what it was that I had set it to on what I had set it on the thing here, the album art. I think it was around 15 degrees. Oh, no, it was from this corner to this corner, right? I have GIMP up here somewhere. I can measure this angle. Yeah, no, this is about 15 degrees. So we go down by 15 degrees. So that's 365 minus 15, whatever that ends up being. I do that, we blur it, and then this moves from that corner to this corner, or something, along the 15-degree line. All while fading. So for example, let's say we do, where's my move? So it does this, and then it does this. $360 divided by, or minus 15, 345. So it does this, does that, and we fade, say 200, 200. Yeah, something like that. It's just a little bit faster though. And so instead of, say, make it 1. Or maybe 0.5. We're probably gonna make this in some sort of multiple of the tempo. But something like that. Maybe 100. Or maybe, yeah, maybe 200 or something. Again, it's going to be to the tempo. But it's also going to appear randomly. We're also going to have to loop. So, we're going to do some math here. And it's going to involve trigonometry. Does it need to involve trigonometry? I think it does. So basically what we're going to be looking for is, given that this... Let me move this down. We want this trajectory here. And given... Trig. Given this angle, which we know is going to be 15 degrees, we need this. And then we also need... this, and that should be an arrow. Can I turn that into an arrow? I'm gonna redraw it. So we need to go this way. So we're gonna need, we're gonna have a point that it starts at, and then we're gonna have a point where it ends at. This line is fixed, fixed in length, I think. Yeah, I think that's going to be fixed in length, so we just need to figure out this point. We know this here is 15 degrees, and so we need, what's this sine? Yeah, this is a sine, this is the cosine. Yeah, okay, it shouldn't be too bad. As long as we know what this is. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. We set... No, it should be fine. We just need to decide on distance. We're going to shift all these up by 1 because we want that in the background. Template line at 0. No. Oh, what was that? It's not no blank. It's no. Was it no text? No text. Including the no text modifier from other templators. By default, last step of generating a line is to append the corresponding text from the source line. But in this case, we don't want that because we are generating particle effects with drawings. And so we are going to make this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Love me a canonical use case. Yeah. I think we said blur 3 was okay. And then we're going to copy whatever we had for this one here. Turn that into a drawing. Board 0, shad 0, 1C is white. And then we rotate by this amount. Was it blur 2? Or do we only need blur 2? I guess we blur 2. We rotate by this amount. We AN5 the thing. So that the drawing ends up in the middle. Or we anchor the drawing by its center. And then we loop by, oh, I don't know how many of these we want. Actually, hold up. Okay, I see a problem with this. We are going to discover the problem later. We're just going to get this up and running first. I'll say we'll have 50 of these. I'll have a pause. This is actually going to be a move. It's not quite going to be a move. Code once. Function meteor pause. Now there was a randomizer somewhere, right? util.rand.choice. Was there was a way to set the seed? Is that from the EG sub? Just straight from EG sub? Where is this? Okay, I'm gonna pull out the link that we have here. That should get me to the docs. Lua reference, it's in here somewhere. Which one had the one where you can set the seed? I don't believe I exported anywhere because I considered it useful to just seed it with the system time. Yeah, seeding with the system time is good unless you want a deterministic generation. Okay, so we're going to go dig into the code then in this case. I think deterministic generation is desirable probably in this case. Seed system random seed OS time math.random seed. Okay, I see. So I should just be able to set that because it's at the entry point. I should be able to set that early in the early here, like at the top. Code once math.random seed say 0. Personally, I like having a vary across episode, hence non-determinism. Yeah, that's fair. In this case, we don't have more than one. We don't have more than one quote-unquote episode. But even in the episode case, you could set. I know there are some people who set the seed to be the episode number or something. So still different per episode, but still deterministic. Okay, so now we set the seed. That means that this is going to be deterministic. It's going to look the same every time you run this. And so meteor pause, we have x equals and y equals math.rand int or whatever it is. Rand sign, rand item, bool choice round. Do we just take this from straight Lua? Yeah, it's reasonable too. I wonder if plugging that into a build system. I know some people were using Aegis of CLI. I mean, I think people have started moving away from Aegis of CLI actually. Or is this maybe from karaoke? A good question. Logarithm. He's actually changed their name now. It's now... It's a lot harder to find. Slacking away, that's what it was. Randomize. If a variable by variable name doesn't already exist in the environment, or if override is true, set variable name to math random min max. Well, I think we can definitely do that. Min max override. What's the override? Or if override is true, set variable name to that. Are these new? I don't remember seeing this here. This feels like it could be useful. But okay, randomize seems like something we might have just been that deem math.random good enough. Yeah, it might also be that. Because math.random is between 1 and n. Yeah. So it's math.random. Let's say the size of this thing is what, 200? I want it to be able to start from off screen. I know I should probably be putting the 200 in a variable, but also I don't really care. 200. Yeah, so the length of this is 200. It's going to be shorter than that. So mine is 200, and then meta res x. I still want it to start on screen, so this makes sense. and then minus 200 meta res y, and then we do the trig, which actually we can probably just pre-calculate. Oh no, there's no point in pre-calculating this. It's not like we need to save any time or anything. We want it to go, I don't know, like halfway down the screen. Maybe? So we need to do return string pause. Actually, no. There's an ln.tag.pause or something, right? Or do you have a pause? I remember having issues with ln.tag.pause, and I couldn't remember what it was that we needed to do to fix it. But actually, it's move that we want. So it's actually x1, x2, or x1, y1. Was it a string.format or something? I don't remember this. D move there, and then just x1, y1, x2, y2. We'll find out if that errors out. It probably will. So we want this to move halfway down the screen. That means we have this as our fixed value instead. If I can find it. This is our fixed value. That's going to be meta res y divided by 2. Which means... write some text here. Sine x is equal to opposite over hypotenuse, and then cosine x is equal to adjacent over hypotenuse. Which means if we know what the opposite is, and we can solve for opposite equals sine x over h, and then once we have that, we don't have h. Hold on, we don't have h. We need h. No, we don't need h. No, we just need this side length here. We don't actually care what h is. So we need a tangent. Tangent x equals opposite over adjacent, which means we have tan x divided by O is equal to A. No, that's wrong. O divided by tan x equals A. Right? That's how that works? You multiply by A here, and then you divide by tan x. Yeah, okay. So we have opposites. So if we want this to be meta x1 plus meta dot res x divided by 2, res y divided by 2. Res y divided by... We want this to start the... Actually, no, I don't think we care about that. x1... No, it's x... We were just looking at this. So math.10 opposite. Okay, so the opposite is gonna move that. No, this is fine. So if we wanted to go halfway down, we need the tangent. So math.10 tan lua okay, but in radians. Just gonna go ahead and copy this. Math.10. We want 15 degrees. 15 divided by 180. And then divide, or we have that divided by this to get that, and then that's the x, that's our x coordinate, and then this is going to be eta.res y divided by 2, y1 plus that. I'm gonna look at this code in a couple weeks and not know what this is. Okay, so this gives us a move tag that has this that goes from x1, y1, and then 15 degrees downwards, halfway down the screen. And so this is going to be meteor move. And we're going to have 50 of these. And we're going to have it fade. Let's say, I don't know, lead in, well, beat, lead in, lead in. Beat divided by 2. Wait a minute. I divide by 2 for the lead in, and then I multiply by 2. We can simplify that later, or not. It doesn't matter. Beat divided by 4, I think makes sense. Say beat, yeah. I need to randomize retime here too. They're all going to last about 1 beat, I guess. And then they're going to be offset by some sort of random amount. Retime. Retime line. By some random amount between... Oh, I don't know. Oh, actually that means I'm gonna need to have it not be layer 0. You have a negative not layer here. I'm gonna deal with that later. So we want retime line, I think. We're gonna have it as math dot random. I don't think so. Just use if. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Math dot random between negative or t actor. Oh, right, because we can set an actor on this. All right. I'll think about that. Retime line math.random -2. What's a good offset here? So anywhere between that and the end of the line, end of the. Hold on. Between negative line, org line dot duration, and then line dot duration divided by 2. Does this make sense? No, this doesn't make sense. I don't think I want line. I think I want pre-line. Yeah, I think I want pre-line. Because I wanted it to be the start time and then something after too. But this does mean that I need to set this. Sets start. Set meteor starts to math.random. How long are we gonna make this thing last for? It's gonna be minus beat, I guess. Beat divided by 4. And then line duration. Seems about right. Meteor starts, and then beats divided by 4. And this we will turn into a I guess we can code once that there. Probably want to clean this up later. Code once meteor dur is equal to beats divided by 4. So we can clean that up, and then if we need to, we can change this later. No, I think this stays as beat. This might actually be beat divided by 8, but we'll see. Okay, we'll see how this looks. This looks. I don't think it's going to look great. At least the way it's written, because there's probably something wrong with it. Timecode. Timecode to MS. What's wrong here? I am missing something. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that. Hold up. What does that mean? But it works? But it works? Well, what's wrong with this? Alt F11, Alt F12. That is applying that. Attempt to local index timecode nil value. Man. Okay, I'm just gonna do that for now. I don't know what's wrong here. I don't know if I want to troubleshoot that, so we're just gonna do this normally. And then when we run the function. And there is something very wrong here. Where are all my zeros? Code line, code once. I'm gonna have a code once here. Actually, hold on. No, the T actor thing is, I think it was Meteor, if I'm remembering this right. The format, it's in here somewhere. Actor, okay, now I was remembering this right. So we have that, and then instead of no blank, why is this off? Why has the syntax highlighting gone wrong? Okay, whatever. No T actor Meteor. So lead in, lead out. Mix in line. Mix in line here as well. Is this syntax highlighting part of the HC project? No. I am just using Lua syntax highlighting here. I think it could very well be possible to do syntax highlighting for HC, but nobody's done that yet. Lead and offsets. Mix in still no T actor Meteor. Yeah, it should be good. Hopefully. I don't know what changed there, but okay. Sure. This is wrong. This is wrong because I need to move this in here. Isn't Vim's just regex base? I'm actually not sure. I've never written a syntax file myself. Where are all my zeros? Am I missing something? I thought I just needed to loop 50 and it should just work. Also, what happened here? Why is this all black? Blur 2, board 0 shads. So these should get rid of the shadow and the border, so that should matter. This is white. So what if we remove that? If we remove... Okay, so that's definitely the cause of some stuff. Oh. Did my network die? Or is it just my phone? Whatever, I think we're okay. So this is definitely the cause of something. Coming soon to temple environment near you, Morgue C. Or Morgue Sill. I'm not entirely sure what that would do, just by the name. Exciting though. So mix in line, no T-act or meteor, because we don't want this to delta. I think I might be missing, yeah, I'm missing one here too. No T-act or meteor. Mix in sill, no blank layer 2. Tweaking the newest PR before I merge it. Okay. I guess actually the T-actor would make sense for labeling. Instead of using layers here, it would make sense to label these instead. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So this can be glow, and then this can be text. Instead of layer 1, it's going to be T-actor glow, and that's going to be T-actor text. But that doesn't actually change anything. This is still going to end up black for some reason. Okay, never mind. We failed. What's the error message here? Attempt to compare nil with number. Who knows where that is? Keep undoing until we get something. Okay, we definitely had this though. Great, now we broke something. Just in case, I'm going to restart each sub. I don't think it'll help, but the version that we were working with did work earlier. So maybe it just needs an environment reset. I don't expect it to, though. Yeah, because the code's the same. Because of course it is. Gotta remember to take off the thing here. Alright, so what's wrong with the code? What do we change that change things? Code once math.randomc. Code once. See, we have things there. That's fine. Now, if only I could tell where it was hanging up here. If we remove the template line loop 50 this, will that change anything? Yes. Okay, so the problem is with this block or something related to it. Am I using tActor correct? That might not be. Yeah, so it's unquoted, so it should be fine. So we have no tActor there. So yeah, is it no tActor and meteor. tActor and meteor, no tActor meteor. No tActor meteor. tActor glow. tActor text. No tActor meteor, no tActor meteor. No tActor meteor here. Is it an issue that we have to mix in before all the templates? I don't think so. And then we have actor meteor here. We have actor glow and actor text. I mean, I can remove this down. I don't think it'll change anything, but are you gonna be kidding me? Is that it? Okay, no, that wasn't it, but we're compiling now? Oh, because I removed this. Right. Meteor start, meteor dur. Loop yes, okay, that makes sense. I need a variable. Right, because the older templates had it implicit, and then the this one doesn't, because you can use multiple variables. Right. All right. Well, we have this now. This is good. It's a little bit too fast, though. They're also way too bunched up. But this is the idea that I'm trying to go for, which is good. I need this to be much more transparent. Bunched up, we might need blue noise. Oh no, am I gonna have to put in a distribution? Okay, so let's make this slower. So instead of res y divided by 2, we're going to have this as res y divided by 4. So it only moves a quarter of the way down. Still a little bit fast. Divided by 6. Divided by 8. 8's probably good. Yeah, now we just need to fix the distribution. So what do we have here? We have math.random minus 200 meta res x. So it starts anywhere between. It's anywhere between the size. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's anywhere between the size, the max length of the meteor out of the screen, and then the whole length of the dimension that we're working in. So how do I implement blue noise? Okay, I see. So blue noise is a little bit more visually uniform. So then how do we actually implement this? Blue noise algorithm. It has less low frequency. Yeah, so I think I do understand the theory behind the colors. It's just not entirely sure how to implement it. Somebody have a library? It would be nice if somebody had a library. Or I can make it. I can maybe cheat a little bit and have it all start at maybe not pixel lengths, or maybe not have the grid be 1 pixel wide, but have it at multiple pixels off. Okay, so you're talking about how blue noise is good, but there we go. Place a random sample point as the first sample point. Generate some number of random dots as candidate to be the next sample point. Whichever of these dots is farthest away from the closest existing sample point is the winner. I can see how this would work, except we need this across time. And I don't know where the points are all at a given. I mean, I guess I technically do if I track where all the points are. Oh man. The time dimension makes things a little bit harder. And time is just another dimension. I suppose it is. But that does require pre-generating this all before we even start. Alternative option: start with regular spacing and add randomized jiggle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think that might be a little bit easier. So we have a grid of not meta x res y, but we're actually going to have this at, I don't know, like 16 divided by 16. And we multiply that by 16. Except I don't think this is actually going to... No, that should spread things out. That might actually just be enough. We have somehow managed to... Oh. Right, because of that. We need to have it not do that. Okay, so we're gonna have this at 0. We're gonna have this at plus 200. Then we're gonna subtract 200 at the end here. So we've shifted, instead of having it at minus 200, generating between minus 200 and res x or y, we're generating from 0 to res x or y plus 200. And then shifting it back. So we don't have to deal with increasing or multiplying negative numbers. Am I okay with this? And then we gotta make sure this happens throughout, so... Can't believe it, but I think light might actually be right again. I think I do need the dash E. All right. We put in those empty things back again. Intend to add VW and VH inline variables inspired by CSS units. Yeah, I think having easy access to the video height and width are would be beneficial. I don't know if it would necessarily be useful as inline variables. I mean, maybe it will. I guess you could very easily pass it in through to a function or something if you needed to. All right, Light, you got this one. Yeah, because those are only in templates, yeah. Okay, there's something wrong with this algorithm. And that is I can't have only 50 for the entire line when the line is variable in length. I need this to keep generating until we end the line. So what I need is to figure out, say 50 per length of unit time, and then multiply that. Yeah, I need to figure out the rate of meteors that I want, and then figure out how many meteors that turns out to be based on the line duration. which I think we do have a function to do that. Spark-in should have some good examples for duration-based loops. I might have a look at that, because I think that's one of the examples in the repo. If I can remember where I put that. I'm going to pin this one. Under test, fixtures, real world example. I think this is the one. Fire Force, okay. And there's no loop here. Okay, this might not be the one then. Because that's the ED and Spark again was the OP. That's fine. I think we figured it out pretty easily. Flame effect would be a duration loop. Yeah, I do remember that. No, I don't need that. Max loop. Max loop is the one we're looking for. Useful if your loop count isn't hard-coded, perhaps based on the width of syllable. Note that this function will get called repeatedly if it's in a component that gets called repeatedly. So generally advisable to use val. It remains consistent across repeated calls, which we will. Max loops are template loops. Max M loop is for mix-in loops. So we're going to use max loop here. If the loop has not already been defined, will be added to my internal list of loops using table.insert. Already multitask sub-testing the multi-modifier. Multi sounds familiar. Anyway, yeah, max loop I think is the one that we want. And then I just need something based on orgline.duration. This is going to be in milliseconds, and I need to figure out, say, how many meters I want per second or something. Let's say 50. I'm going to get rid of this. Index equals nil. I'm not sure what the index is for, but I don't think I care. So it's going to be 50 times orgline.duration divided by number of seconds. If I want 50 per second, which I think is a bit too much, but we'll see how this looks. Multi lets you have one-to-n relationship between textual sills and temporal sills, basically. I'm not sure I understand what that looks like, but I guess I will see it eventually. That is way too much. So let's say 10. 10 per second. Let's say 5 per second. Specifically, in terms of carscale output, still gets a .highlights member that's a list of start and duration objects. Okay. I'm slowly starting to get it. I think 8 per second. You know what, this might be okay. I think there's some patchiness, but it's probably good enough. And then we're probably gonna kill the meteors at some for specific lines. Do I want more sparse meteors? I can go to 32 instead of 16. Okay, hold on. So Hoshi got Furu. I think this makes sense to have no meteor. And then no meteor as well for the next one. And so we can stop it from running on, is it no underscore actor? No, just no actor, no meteor. So we can stop it from running on the ones that have no meteor in the actor fields. And so it should not generate. There's a little bit of stray meteors just because of how we do the retime. But I think that's okay. Math.random meteor start minus meteor dur and line duration. That should be fine. Should be fine. Yeah, this is how we get meteors starting a little bit earlier. Okay. All right. I think that's fine. I'm gonna try 32. See if this improves the distribution a little bit. I think I'm mostly fine with the distribution now, but if you make it just a tiny bit more even. And I can do this asymmetrically. I can make this 8. $32, and I gotta make sure these line up too. Maybe it's best to keep this to, I don't know, we'll see what 16 does. that worse than what we had before? $32 for both of them. I feel like we're missing... Actually, no, this is probably fine. I feel like I like the 16 better. I don't know why, but it feels like 16 might be the sweet spot here. Alright, you sent a link, I will look that in a bit. Oh, you know what it is? The reason why we have a whole ton of stuff bunched up at the at this diagonal here is because I need to... Oh man. I need to generate across the diagonal that's perpendicular to the 15 degrees. More math. All right, well, let's see what we have here. Commits. Okay, so that's a multi, only valid for templates, primarily useful for SIL. Make the template apply per highlight in multi-highlighted time karaoke. Oh, wait a minute. This is, oh, okay. So this then means that you now support free. That's nice. Keep tags is useful. I think I needed that at some point. Preserving input tags other than K. Yeah, because you can always put those back. Okay, this is good to have. Good update. I don't know if it works, but good update. I'll have to update at some point. So, do I want to bother trying to figure out the math for generating along the perpendicular diagonal? What would that even take? What would that entail? But also, it's 1 a.m. We've been going for 5.5 hours. We want to generate along this this perpendicular here. So say we have a box. Say we have the box. So this is our video. Then we want to generate along... We want to generate along this line here. Behavior stuck into the docs. We want to generate along this diagonal here, but also... we want to project along this. Yeah, so okay, so this fixes the distribution because you want to, instead of doing a random distribution along here. So is there a difference? Is there a difference between generating along this line and then projecting it onto the edge and just generating along the edge? Math people, if you're still around, gut feel says maybe, but I'm also not entirely sure, because this presumably is continuous, which means this should be continuous, which means and every point along this line gets mapped to a point 1-to-1 on this line. So it should be equivalent to generating any point along the edge. If it were biased, what would the bias be? Yeah, so so assuming there is some sort of resolution and this is actually discrete, then in that case this would not be continuous, and there would be there would end up being a difference, because if you were to do it discretely along this edge, then it means that, well, I mean, it's the same thing though. It's what? Oh, you know what it is? Because the resolution has to be the same along this side. I just need to calculate the ratio between this resolution and this resolution, so that it projects along here evenly. That's where the difference is. I think if it's square, if the video were square, then it wouldn't make a difference, but because it's not square and this is discrete, or rather, if we're treating this as discrete, then if the video were square, then it wouldn't make a difference, but because it is, maybe even if it is square. Okay, well, I guess we figure this out then. So we know this angle has to be 90 degrees. This angle is 15 degrees. We have to make a... Oh, wait a minute. We only need a ratio, don't we? Yeah, I think we only need to calculate some sort of ratio. 15, where's 15? So this... Is that correct? Is this 15? I need another line. So we know these two are parallel. So this angle is the same as this angle, which means it's the same as this angle is the same as this angle. I think that's how that works. Right? Because this angle is the same as this angle. Yeah. So this has to be 15. In which case, we only need to figure out what this length is. Or rather, we only need to know the ratio between... No, we have a fixed length. We have a fixed length, because if this is perpendicular, this has to be perpendicular to this one. And then that means this is 90 divided by... You've lost me? Yeah, I'm a little bit lost too, to be honest. Basically, if we divide this up into a grid, pretend it's thirds. Then we do the... I'm gonna move this. We do the projection from here. And as you can see, it's not even. Or is that just because of how I drew it? That might be just because of how I drew it. Doesn't make any sense. Oh no, but hold on. We gotta test things out a little bit more here. Got that there. It might just be because of how I drew though. We're gonna get rid of that. Maybe I should do this on an actual grid. We got this here, and then we divide by 2, divide by 4. It's going to be roughly that. And then we're going to space roughly this way, this much. I'm not sure if those are... Oh, I could have drawn a line. It's fine. Close enough. So that ends up there. This ends up here. And this ends up here. And this ends up here, which I think actually does look evenly spaced out. Maybe, maybe not. Ends up here. This ends up here. And this ends up here. Well, what I can say for sure is that this is larger than this. So the resolution... The resolution for this is... Oh, that ends up being the same though, isn't it? Or sorry, no, hold on. The resolution for this is less than the resolution for this, or is more than the resolution for this, because these dots are wider apart. But I kind of already did that by dividing by 30 or by 16. Because if you divide by 16... No, I did not actually. No, I did. I divide by 16, so I divide this up into 16 pieces. Oh, but I can't necessarily divide by 16. Okay. I'm slowly starting to get it. I don't know if you chat gets. I'm starting to see what I see. I'm not explaining it very well. But I think what I'm getting is that whatever I'm doing here, where I'm dividing this grid up to 16, is not the same as dividing this line by whatever. So I do actually have to figure out what this line is, and then figure out the ratio so I can divide. I can do the proper division of this side length versus this side length. Question then is, how do I do that? I think part of the problem is I don't know what I'm looking for. I know I have to do a ratio of some sort. I think I need the ratio between this and this, and then the ratio of this versus this. Which means I need... If I know this is 15, I need the sine of 15 for this one. And then if this is... Which one's 15 here? Oh, this is 15? Then I need the... I also need the sine of 15 there. Wait. And then how large is this? How long do I need this to be? So I have the side length, which means I can use the use the sine to get this length, and then I get the sine to get this length, and I have a total. And then I project this onto wherever this starts. I think. And then I need to make a grid of some sort. Actually, hold on. If only I knew my matrix rotations, this might have been a little bit easier. Okay. Well, I know what this side length is. This is going to be... This side length here is sine of 15 degrees times y. Or res y, I think. Multiply by res y. So this is sine of x equals opposite over hypotenuse. This is the hypotenuse actually divided by res y. And then this one is sine of 15 divided by res x. And then we add the two to get the side length, and then we can do math.random on that side length, so we can figure out where on this line it goes, and then we can project it onto the side. Now, how do you project? This is the other question. But let's start with this. Let's start with this here. I'm going to commit. Generate meteors. Okay, so we have a line. I don't know what to call it. Generation range. I don't know. Sure. So if we do sine 15, sine function 2 rad. This is going to be a degree there. It's going to be return degree times math.pi divided by 180. Degree 15 is equal to deg to rad 15. Actually, I guess I don't need this. So I can just do that in line. Sine of degree math.sine of degree 15. Can I invert this? Can I simplify this without having to, No, I don't think I can. Okay. So math.sine 15 degrees divided by meta.res x plus math.sine of degree 15 divided by meta.res y. Yellow Dragon, you know it's serious when the radians get involved. Yeah, math, trigonometry. I used to like geometry. I still probably do. It's been a while since I've worked with having to figure out all this geometric stuff. I think it'd be a little bit easier if I can work things out on like physical paper, but then you can't see it on stream. And so then we have point is equal to math.random from 0 to generation range. So now we have a point on the line. So we have a random point on the line here, then we're going to have to project it here. Somewhere between... I think we're actually going to have to double this. Or something. Because we also need this length here. We need whatever this length is. And so we can generate a point somewhere in here somewhere. Actually, that might be the easier method to do it. We generate a point. No, but then we have a bunch of dead zones, and I don't want dead zones. You know, it might be fine. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. No, so we generate a line. We figure out what this line is, which is I think is going to be cosine instead of sine. Because that would make sense. Right. I think so. Because this is 15 here. That's going to be 15. Yeah, so that's going to be cosine instead of sine. We generate a random coordinate between this and this. And then do we project? I'm not sure. So if we have it here and then we say have it here. Where does that end up? Does that even make sense? I could just increase the number of meteors to make up for any of the stuff that's in the dead zone. Put the line and cosine trick in both up. Yeah, I think I might do that. I think we'll generate a meteor somewhere in this space, and then just up the meteor count to compensate for the lost meteors that are in here. Because some of them might end up over here, and then just not find their way into the space. Now the question is, how do we rotate this? Actually, rotation probably isn't too bad. You just turn it into polar coordinates or something, rotate it by 15 degrees, and then put it back to Cartesian coordinates. Yeah, something like that. Why am I doing such hard math at 1:30 in the morning? Point Y is going to be this. I'm gonna call that V res Y. So Vy is going to be this, and then we have Vx is going to be cosine. So Vx is going to be that, Vres x is going to be that. So now we have a point in our virtual coordinate space. We need to rotate this in the middle. Yeah, we have a... Is that right? Okay. Matrix rotation. So this is what we need to do to do our angle rotation. Cosine of an angle plus theta. If x and y are coordinates of the endpoint of a vector with the length r and the angle phi with respect to the x-axis, so that x equals r cosine phi and y equals r sine phi, the above equations become the trigonometric summation angle formula. Rotates the points in the xy plane counterclockwise for the angle theta about the origin of a two-point dimensional coordinate. Okay. Which is what we want. We want to move this to the origin, and then we want to shift it to the middle of the screen. Is that right? So I think actually we want v res x divided by 2. And then we want negative v res x divided by 2. Just to make it easier on ourselves. So we generate a random number between 0 and v res x, and then we shift it by half so that we have the center along the origin. Okay, I'm going to show this visually. So we have a box, or rather we have our coordinate system. So we have a coordinate system here, we're going to call it that. And then we have a box that we're currently generating like this. We're going to call it green. And so we generate a random point along this box, or in this box, so we'll make that blue and we'll have that there. And then what we're going to be doing is shifting this by half so that the middle ends up on the origin, so that when we rotate here, and then we can shift it back onto the video. Should make things a little bit easier. So we have our coordinate center along the origin, and then now we just need to do the rotation. Do we have, does Lua Math module have a rotate? Probably doesn't. No, I don't see it. Is it possible to let org do the heavy lifting? You know, you might be right. You might be... No, no. Doesn't work because we need move. We need move, and that uses absolute coordinates along the video coordinate system. And we can't use shadows because that is relative to the video frame and not the object itself. Or rather, it happens after. Shadows are projected after rotations. So we can't just T a shadow, unfortunately. Mira-san, welcome in. All the stream is still going. Respect for you KFX guys are massive. To be honest, I did not expect to be going for 6 hours, but here we are trying to do geometry just to get a more even distribution of meteors. But yeah, I'll show you what we have so far. And you might from this see the reason why we're trying to figure this out. Which, I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's just they are a little bit bunched up. So we're trying to make the distribution a little bit more even. And then, you know, imagine we do all this math and it turns out to be wrong anyway. But I think it's correct. Or it seems reasonably correct. Can we make use of org and just rotate? Because we can put org at a massive location somewhere very, very far away. And then rotate, and it makes it look... It makes it look like it's moving linearly. That is one of the hacks. Asher's welcome in. But then we wouldn't be able... actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Is that a thing? Is that a thing we can do? Because we only need to generate... No, I don't think we can get around doing the trigonometry stuff because we need to... We still need to find a... we need to anchor this in the coordinate system somewhere. So we still need to figure... Oh, hold on, wait a minute. What if we put org here? No, but we still have the problem of the move. Yeah, I think this would be a lot easier if shad were not done after rotations. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any... I can't think of any way that we can leverage org here. Meteors of karaoke? Yeah. We call these particle effects. Sort of. Usually particle effects are finer in point and more numerous and generally related to the text that's being put on, but basically what we're doing here is we have a drawing, we blur it heavily so that it looks like that, and then we're trying to get it to move. The problem here is just placing them so that they look like they're more evenly distributed. Okay. So I don't think we can get around this this matrix rotation. So then we multiply that and we end up with this x cosine x. So this is actually fairly straightforward. So x cosine theta minus y sine theta, and then x sine theta plus y cosine theta. So then this should get us a rotation along the origin. So that's this bit here. So that's the rotation that we've done here. And then after that we just need to shift it. The shifting part is easy. So then that means x1 is not this. x1 is now vx times cosine of our math.cos of degree 15 minus y times sine math.sine of degree 15 plus meta.res x divided by 2. And then y1 is going to be vx times sine math.sine of degree 15 plus y times cosine of degree 15 plus meta.res y divided by 2. I think this works out. Of course, we get some sort of error. Attempt to perform arithmetic on global DEG. Because that needs to be 15. I missed a y here. This is vy, not just y. Okay, shall find out if this was actually helpful or not. Clearly not. Okay, something's wrong with our math. They can't all be streaming from that point. What this means is that I might have done something wrong here. Math of cosine of 15 degrees divided by res x. And then cosine of 15 degrees was res y. Alright, it should give me a line, a point in this line here. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. So this line, as we figured out, is, assuming this is 15, and I think it is. This is 15 degrees. Then this opposite over hypotenuse, this is the 90-degree angle. Opposite over hypotenuse, that's sine. So the sine of 15... and then we want to figure out this angle. So we have the opposite. We want no, I had it right the first time. This is multiply. Okay. There should be multiplying, not dividing. Makes a little bit more sense. Aha! Except I don't see a difference in the distribution. Now I did say that maybe we just need to increase the number of meteors. And say we double the number of meteors here. It's not quite right. So vres x times v res y we get the ratio of this. Some sort of ratio. We can call it something else later. So v res x, v res y divided by meta.res x times meta.res y should give us the ratio of the. It should give us a multiplier for the how much we have to compensate for the wasted space that's on the outside. That's outside the video frame. I don't know what to call this thing. But basically here, if we want 8 meters per second in the frame, we need to multiply that by the area ratio. And then math.ceil, I think it's a thing. We take the ceiling, so we round up. Yeah, so we round up. And come to think, we should probably round up here too. I'm surprised it didn't complain about that. Area ratios in a code we'll make that global. Actually, we don't have to be doing this all inside this function. But it's fine. It's fine. I don't actually... This code doesn't necessarily have to be maintainable. I feel like we might have gotten better results with the just sort of random placement without all the trigonometry. Okay, hold on. I'm going to compare. Compare implementations. Right, okay. So my copy and paste doesn't work here. Actually, this might work. Okay, that works. I'm not exactly sure what it ended up spitting out, though. I think I need set paste. Okay, so then we comment all that out. We have this one. Generate that. I think there's a slight difference. I don't know if it's significant. Okay, what did I change? I changed this one because I must have accidentally, okay. That should not be there. I'm gonna copy this. That should be there. This should be here. Should be there. Okay. I feel like this difference is very subtle. I'm not sure if there's a real difference, but I'm gonna say sunk cost fallacy, and we'll keep the more complex version. While having this thing commented out to show that we actually did consider this one. Is that not how you is that not how you do a multi-line comment in Lua? I thought it was that. Where's my browser? Yeah, that's what I thought. So what's up with my I mean, okay, I guess the brackets here probably mess with the oh. Oh, right. Because I actually need more. Yes, I need this because otherwise this signifies the end of the comments. Quite difficult to express in a regular grammar. Yes, it is. I didn't need to copy that. I need to cut. Okay. So that actually won't change the template at all. Am I missing anything? I don't know. I think this might be. I mean, we're past 6 hours. I didn't expect to go for 6 hours, but here we are. I think that might be everything I wanted to go over today. So we're gonna have a review of this. If there's anything I feel like we need to change, we're going to change it. Otherwise, we're probably going to leave it there. So let's have a look at what we have here. and then we'll call it night. I didn't consider the ending there. We might have to might have to add a blank line for the end or something. But I like this. Obviously it's incomplete because we need the second voices and maybe a little bit of movement with the stuff in the background. Still got to figure out how I'm going to do that. Probably, yeah, I'll have to think about it. I might have to pull out the video editor for that, or I could do it in the subtitles. That is a thing. But yeah. Anyway, thanks for sticking around for 6.5 hours if you were here the whole time. I certainly didn't expect to go that long. Tomorrow, we're going to be losing in Tetrio. I'm gonna fire up the Tetra League again. See how we do. Because one of the things we do a lot here is play stackers, and we should show the people coming from Oshi Kombini, or sorry, Oshi Uplink that we do this kind of stuff. Only caught the tail end. Good luck. Ah, thanks. Thanks for catching the tail end regardless. But yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Both on YouTube and Twitch. You never know. We might be lucky and actually win some of these games. Almost back to S plus. Yeah, so I just to give you a little context, my highest rank in season 2 was S minus, and then I think I'm currently at the top of A plus because the last stream I just went on a losing streak, so I should be at S minus, but that's not where my TR currently reflects me at. So we'll see. I'm hoping we get back to S minus, and possibly up to S, but that's asking for a lot. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing that tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We're not gonna go for this long. It's probably only gonna be about. Well, that's not true. I've gotten long for Tetrio streams before. I don't expect it to be this long, but you never know. I was here for one day for 4 years ago. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this is going to be tomorrow. Friday is going to be, if you're interested in the music portion of this kind of stuff, we're doing more sheet music on Friday, working with arranging Luminary by Jelly Hoshimi. We already started it, but now we're continuing it. Right. And if you're interested in piano music, we have a Ko-fi shop. Okay, where is the... I didn't set it up with the link. B-Day Improv 2026. If you enter this this code at checkout, it will give you 33% off. Yeah, so we opened that up last week, I think it was, and it has condensed piano improv. So every once in a while we do piano improv on this channel, and I cut out all the talking and all the pauses, and all you get with the condensed ones is just the piano, and it's very good to put on in the background. So if that's interesting, you do consider buying that. If you're not in the Discord, there it is. We have a channel for music making. We have a channel for programming. We don't have one for fan subbing, but that if you want to talk about that, I can go in general. Am I missing anything else? I feel like I'm missing something else. I keep saying I should make a checklist for this, and I haven't done that yet. Okay, I think that's it then. For those of you new here, my name is Penbu in the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making vtuber on Linux. Today we did a bit of fan sibling adjacent stuff where we created karaoke effects using a template, or rather, we created our own template for karaoke, and it ended up with this. I quite like what we have so far. I think my favorite part is probably the lead in, lead out effect, but the rest is good too. I'll probably finish this off stream. So should look forward to the video release of this at some point in the future. I also mentioned that I was writing some trance lyrics, so that'll be out eventually whenever I get around to finishing the rest of it. Yeah, we'll call it there. Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find some new raids if I can find anyone this late at night, because sometimes I can't. And YouTube, the person I'm rating is dual streaming. I will also send you there manually, but otherwise we'll call it night. Yeah. All right, we'll call it there. Thank you all for coming. And again, if you stick around for the whole 6.5 hours, very much thanks for your company. And I hope you learned something. Good night. Bye. So 5.9 shindigs. I saw shindigs in the list. I thought about it. I'm gonna decline this time. We're gonna raid someone much smaller. Someone new. No, actually, no, I haven't forgotten to raid yet. Usually what I do is I go to the ending screen, find something to raid there, and then yeah, talk through this segment here. So we are going to raid Dr. Tiffany Art over on Twitch. YouTube doesn't look like they're dual streaming, so we'll call it a night there. Thank you for coming. I can't tell what this is. It's under software and game development. I can't tell exactly what this is, what the development portion is. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. Here, I'd like to participate. Here's the raid message. If you'd like to participate, you can go ahead and paste it in when we get there. It looks like a followers only chat. So I guess you gotta follow before you can do the raid message. In any case, I'll leave it there for tonight. Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you next time. Bye.